Chapter 153. A month's time passed as scheduled. Chunzong walked out of the courtyard. Ever since he had refined his inner force and chosen a suitable martial arts technique, he had been cultivating in the courtyard for the past 10 days. He had even prepared a large amount of dried food for his meals. The sun was shining brightly as the official disciples walked out of the courtyard one by one. Today was the day of the new star competition. Almost all the official disciples would be present. Some of the palace disciples would also come to watch. The new star competition was held in the sword battle arena. One official disciple after another walked into the arena from the entrance. It was Chunzong's first time seeing it, and he was shocked. The sword martial arena was like a circular valley. The surroundings were high and there were many levels of stairs. One could either stand or sit. There were a total of 10 levels, and each level could accommodate at least a few hundred people. Even if all the people from the real Sword Academy came, they wouldn't be full. The lower part of the arena was very flat and had a diameter of about 200 meters. In the middle was a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters and a height of 2 meters. Chun Shitty, I haven't seen you in 10 days. A familiar voice came from behind. It was He Tylin. Senior brother He, I've been cultivating recently, Chunzong replied with a smile. However, He Tylin couldn't tell if Chunzong had reached the Qi refining realm. The leakless body was not only useful in the Qi refining realm, but also in the Qi refining realm. However, if Chunzong used his inner force, his aura would be emitted. This was incomparable to the Qi refining realm. He Tylin, is this the new disciple you have your eyes on? Someone asked as he glanced at Chunzong. Then, he said disapprovingly, I think he's not as good as Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong. Chunzong didn't feel anything, but He Tylin frowned. Qikong, who I choose has nothing to do with you. Besides, how do you know he's not as good as Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong? Why don't we make a bet? The skinny Qikong smiled coldly, full of provocation. Why should I bet with you? He Tylin said coldly. Qikong was trying to provoke him, but it was obvious that he wouldn't be provoked. He Tylin, I'm guessing that you wouldn't dare to bet with me, a coward like you. Qikong opened his mouth and mocked. Chunzong immediately saw He Tylin's expression change greatly. His face was ashen, and his eyes emitted a terrifying light, as if he was an angry demonic beast. Qikong, if you want to bet, then bet big. He Tylin glared at Qikong, his tone incomparably cold as he spoke word by word. Chunzong had known He Tylin for a short period of time, but he had never seen He Tylin reveal such an expression. He immediately understood that Qikong's words must have a deeper meaning. It must have angered He Tylin, causing He Tylin to lose his reason in anger. All right, let's make a big bet. Qikong squinted his small eyes and his gaze landed on Chunzong. Let's bet on his ranking in the Rising Star competition with either Jiang Bailu or Hua Yihong. As long as his ranking is higher than either Jiang Bailu or Hua Yihong, I'll lose. Otherwise, I'll win. The bet is 500 sword merit points. Qikong sneered. 500 sword merit points. He Tylin suddenly woke up. He had only received 50 sword merit points in a month of managing the refining intent hall. 500 sword merit points would take him 10 months. Moreover, each person could only manage for a month. After entering the True Sword Academy for 3 years, the sword merit points he had accumulated were only a little more than 1,000. After deducting the sword merit points he needed for cultivation, he only had a little more than 500 sword merit points. What could 500 sword merit points do? It was enough to exchange for a mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts or martial art. If he lost, then he would really become a pauper. However, since he had already said it, he could not take it back. He could only bite the bullet and agree. Prepare 500 sword merit points. Don't become a laughingstock if you can't take it out. Qikong sneered and glanced at Chunzong. If you can't even pass the test, then you'll lose too badly. Test. Chern Zong did not understand. Chen Shitty, it's up to you now. He Tylin looked at Chern Zong and said in a serious tone. Then, he smiled bitterly. Sigh, I got carried away. I actually lost my mind because of anger. Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong had already broken through to the Qi refining realm. They had extraordinary talent. After cultivating for a while, their strength would definitely be extraordinary. As for Chern Zong, although he Tylin could not tell if he had reached the Qi refining realm, he felt that he was not as good as Jiang Bailu or Hua Yihong. It would be very difficult to compete with them. Senior brother don't worry. I will do my best, Chern Zong said. At the end of the day, he was implicated. But no matter what, he Tylin had treated him well before, so he could help. However, he wasn't sure how strong Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong were, so he could only do his best. Chen Shitty, if your final ranking is higher than either Jiang Bailu or Hua Yihong's, we will split the 500 sword merit points. He Tylin said immediately. Although he did not think that he could win, there was still hope. Moreover, if Chern Zong could get 250 sword merit points, he would try even harder. Chern Zong naturally would not reject such a good thing that could benefit both of them. I thought you were hiding and did not dare to come out. Yang Jingji looked at Chern Zong with a cold face and said in a cold tone. You are not qualified yet. Chern Zong replied calmly. You will know the consequences very soon. Yang Jingji pointed out. He Tylin stared at Chern Zong, dumbfounded. Chern Shitty, how did you provoke him? He Tylin could not help but ask after Yang Jingji left. I did not provoke him. He thought that I was a fat sheep and wanted to kill me. Chern Zong replied simply. You know that he is from the Lu Men, right? He Tylin said. The Lu Men is one of the 3 major powers among the official disciples. They have many masters and are very domineering. If you offend them, you will be in trouble. Fortunately, the school has its own rules. Otherwise, I would have to stay far away from you. It sounded like a joke, but it was the truth. Chern Zong understood He Tielin's personality better. He could make friends with such people, but they could only be ordinary friends. Among the official disciples, there were more than a dozen powers, but only 3 were really powerful. They were the Lu Men, the Ning Men, and the Mo Men. The leaders of these 3 powers were all part of the 7 sword stars. It was said that these 3 powers were also related to the palace-guarding disciples. Soon, all the disciples arrived. Those who were going to participate in the new star competition stood under the circular arena. Those who were not going to participate jumped up the stairs to watch. Carry the strength measuring pillars. As soon as the elder's voice fell, 5 disciples carrying 5 pillars jumped onto the stage and lined up in a row. The strength measuring pillars had a circular base with a diameter of half a meter. It was very stable. The entire pillar was white. It was 2.5 meters tall and as thick as a human thigh. From the base to 1.5 meters tall, it was intact. However, at 1.5 meters tall, it expanded and looked very tough. From 1.5 to 2.5 meters tall, there was a transparent line that was as wide as a finger in the middle. There was a scale beside it. The scale went from 1 to 100 from the bottom to the top. This is the strength measuring pillar. It is used to measure attack power. The elder pointed at the 5 strange white pillars and said, I know that some warriors are good at attacking, some are good at defending, and some are good at dodging. However, as a sword warrior, attack power is the most important factor that determines one's strength. Without enough attack power, how can one become a powerful sword warrior? How can one become a swordsman? What he said was very reasonable. The sword was originally the representative of attack power. Without enough attack power, how could one practice sword? The scale on the strength measuring pillar is 100. 1 to 30 corresponds to the first turn of the training force realm, 31 to 60 corresponds to the second turn of the training force realm, and 61 to 90 corresponds to the third turn of the training force realm. The new star competition is divided into two parts. The first part is to hit the strength measuring pillar. Those who don't hit 15 scales will be eliminated. Everyone has 3 chances to hit the maximum value. The test begins. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the disciples who were going to participate in the new star competition were divided into 5 groups and tested one by one. Elder, can I use sword techniques? The first disciple who was going to be tested was smart and asked quickly. Yes, the elder responded. After receiving the response, they immediately waved the ceremonial sword in their hands and used sword technique. Sword light flashed as each of them slashed out with all their might, hitting the strength measuring area of the strength measuring pillar. With a bang, Chen Zong could clearly see that the strength measuring pillar had caved in inwards under the sword. Immediately, a red light shot up from within and into the scale area. On the scale area, the numbers 30, 60, and 90 were all bronze in color. The characters were very clear. 10, 20, 40, 50, 70, and 80 were black iron in color. The characters were relatively smaller, but still very clear. As for the 9 styles, the characters from 1 to 100 were gold in color, which was even more eye-catching. How can it only be 9? Impossible. Haha, I hit 15. Some people were happy while others were unhappy. Those who didn't hit 10 had 2 more chances to try. When they tried again, some of them hit 10 and some of them didn't. They were directly eliminated. It was indescribably depressing. Out of the 5 people in the first batch, only 2 passed and 3 were eliminated. This immediately made those who hadn't tested yet adjust their attitude. They thought that it wouldn't be difficult, but now it seemed that it wasn't. If they were eliminated because they didn't pay enough attention, they would definitely be depressed to death. Chen Zong took advantage of the moment when the new batch of people was about to take the test. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly stopped because he saw a familiar figure. He wore a silver-white sword robe and had an indifferent expression on his face. His eyes were indifferent but sharp. Silver Sword Star. Before, Chen Zong didn't understand the meaning of this name at all. Now he knew that it was one of the 7 sword stars of the Real Sword Academy, and also one of the 7 most powerful official disciples. Above that would be the palace guarding disciples. Only those who had reached the 4th transformation of the gene training realm were qualified to become a palace guarding disciple. There was not a single person around the Silver Sword Star, as if it was an absolute zone. Chen Zong also saw the same thing on a few other people as he swept his gaze over them. From this, he could tell that they were also part of the 7 sword stars. So powerful. He hit 18 scales. That one is not weak either. He hit 17 scales. Up until now, there had been several batches of people who had hit 16 scales at most. Therefore, those who could hit 18 and 17 scales immediately attracted attention. 20 scales? Who is that? As more and more people took the test, some of the stronger ones gradually appeared. Chapter 154. Chen Zong took 2 steps forward until he was about 2 meters away from the pillar. This was a good distance for him to use his sword. He stared at the testing area on the strength measuring pillar and channeled his inner force. The ceremonial sword was unsheathed, and the moment the melodious sword chime sounded, the sword drew an arc like a crescent moon and hit the testing area directly. With a bang, Chen Zong could feel that the strength testing area had caved in. However, there was a strong resistance, and it bounced back in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a red light shot up from the strength testing area. Scale 15. Pass. The official disciple standing beside the pillar took a look and announced. Sheathing his sword, Chen Zong went to the back. He didn't use his full strength for this strike, but it was good enough that he passed. He's reached the training force realm. He Tylin was slightly startled. He had some hope in his heart. Maybe he'll end up better than Jiang Bailu or Hua Yihong. Very good. Since you've reached the training force realm, your good days are over. Yang Jingji's eyes were cold. Once you've reached the training force realm, you're no longer protected by the rules of the palace. Watch me. Chop. A disciple holding a sword with both hands suddenly rushed out. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. He swung his heavy sword, creating a black light as he heavily chopped down on the strength-testing area. Like the beating of a drum, a red light shot up. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 30 scales and reached 32. 32. Hiss, so strong. This person has reached the second transformation of the training force realm. Among the new disciples, there's actually a second transformation of the training force realm. The new disciples were usually at the first transformation of the training force realm. It was rare for them to reach the second transformation of the training force realm. However, it didn't mean that there weren't any. Jiang Bailu, let's see whose scale is higher. Hua Yihong had a frivolous look on his face. Let's do it. Jiang Bailu's lips curled into a sneer. The two of them each stood in front of a strength-testing pillar. They gathered their strength and used their inner force to draw their swords. Dark Ray Sword Technique. Hua Yihong yelled. He unsheathed his ceremonial sword, creating a dazzling light as he attacked the strength-testing area. Torrential Sword Technique. Jiang Bailu also drew his sword at the same time. The sword light was like a torrential torrent, directly attacking the strength-testing area. The red color shot up, directly surpassing the 15-degree mark, soaring to the 20-degree mark. They were evenly matched. These two must have just broken through to the Qi training stage not too long ago. To think that they can hit 20 ticks. Very shocking. The scale from 1 to 30 corresponded to the first transition of the force training realm. In other words, the weakest martial artist at the first transition of the force training realm would only be able to produce a scale of 1 with their normal attack. Some of the stronger martial artists at the blood Qi realm would also be able to do so. However, it would be a little difficult to hit the 15th mark. His cultivation base had to be stabilized, and he had to be able to control his inner strength well. Only then would he be able to unleash enough power. If one was able to hit a scale of 20, it would be considered pretty good among the first transformation stage of the force training stage. However, for a martial artist who had just broken through to the force training stage, it would be extremely difficult. If one was able to hit a scale of 25 and above, it would mean that his strength was considered pretty good among the first transformation stage of the force training stage. If one was able to hit a scale of 30, then his strength would be considered top-notch among the first transformation stage of the force training stage. There were very few martial artists who could reach this stage. When Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong saw that the other party had both hit a scale of 20, they looked at each other and snorted coldly. Immediately after, they glanced at Chen Zong with disdain in their eyes. Even though they were all in the blood Qi realm and had obtained the qualifications to be an official disciple, there were still differences between them. It was obvious that Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong looked down on the other four. After some time, the test ended. There were a total of 189 new official disciples. Excluding the 3 official disciples who were still in the blood Qi realm, there were 186 people who participated in the test. However, only 112 of them passed the test in the end. Among these 112 new official disciples, 12 of them were in the second transformation stage of the force training stage. Other than a few who had just broken through from the blood Qi realm to the force training stage, the rest of the new official disciples had been in the force training stage for a while. Some of them were participating in the 4 Great Academies examination for the second time and had been in the force training stage for a longer period of time. After the experience, they would be able to better control their strength and unleash their full potential. The disciples who did not pass the test were all depressed. They did not even have the qualifications to participate and could only be reduced to spectators. Before the second segment begins, I will first announce the rewards for the 7 rising stars. Only then did the elder open his mouth to speak. Only then did the crowd remember that there should be a reward. However, they were distracted by the strength measuring pillar and forgot about it. The 7 rising stars are not ranked high or low, so the rewards are the same. The elder said loudly, "There are 3 types of rewards. First, 10 low-grade strength training pills. Second, you can choose a low-grade earth-level technique or martial art from the Sword Martial Tower. Third, you will receive 20 sword merit points every month while you hold the title of 7 rising stars." After obtaining the title of 7 rising stars, it did not mean that you would always have it. Others could challenge you. If you were defeated, the title would become someone else's. Of course, there was a limit to the number of challenges. Otherwise, if there were people challenging you every day, how would you be able to cultivate? Therefore, the Academy had a rule that you could only accept 1 challenge a month. Once was the lower limit. It was up to you. 20 sword merit points a month. If you add in the sword merit points obtained through other methods, you can exchange for a mid-grade earth-level technique or martial art after a year. Many of the official disciples from the previous batch were envious. One had to know that sword merit points were very difficult to obtain. They had been in the real Sword Academy for 3 years, and some of them had obtained less than 1,000 sword merit points. The strength training pill was also not bad. In the Academy, 1 strength training pill cost 10 sword merit points. In addition, being able to choose a low-grade earth-level technique or martial art was also a good reward. All in all, the 3 rewards were very tempting for the new disciples. Now, let's draw lots. There were 112 people in total. There were 112 bamboo lots. Number 1 and number 2 would fight, number 3 and number 4 would fight, and so on. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. It was simple and direct. After drawing lots, everyone looked at the bamboo lots in their hand. They also looked at the bamboo lots in other people's hand. Number 1 and number 2 stay. Everyone else leave. As soon as the elder finished speaking, only 2 people were left in the round arena. "Haha, you are not my opponent." Number 1 was one of the 12 disciples in the second transition of the Force Training Realm. His opponent was number 2, who was in the first transition of the Force Training Realm. In the Force Training Realm, the difference in cultivation was still very obvious. "How do you know if you don't try?" Number 2 braced himself and said. His scale was just 15. Compared to his opponent's scale of 30, the difference was too big. However, he was not willing to admit defeat. "Show me your sword. I will let you know the difference between us." Number 1 sneered and waved his hand. "White wolf sword technique." Number 2 was enraged. He pulled out his sword and attacked like a wolf's fang. Every move was ruthless. Too weak, break. Number 1's sword slashed down. Number 2's sword technique was broken. He was knocked back and fell to the ground. He could not hold his sword and it fell to the side. For a sword practitioner, being knocked down was nothing. However, if the sword was knocked away, it meant that he had lost. Crushing. Second transition against first transition, there is no suspense. The spectating disciples discussed. It was number 3 and number 4's turn soon. Both of them were in the first transition of the Force Training Realm. The fight was very intense. In the end, number 4's technique was better. He took advantage of a flaw and defeated number 3. Number 5 against number 6. They were in the same cultivation level, but number 5 displayed extraordinary sword technique. He kept attacking and number 6 could only passively defend. In the end, he found an opportunity to defeat number 6. Number 7 against number 8. Unfortunately, number 8 was in the second transition of the Force Training Realm. Number 7 was in the first transition of the Force Training Realm. However, number 8 made fun of number 7 before defeating him. The duels went on one after another. Chunzong watched each duel carefully. With a clear mind, his thoughts were running at an amazing speed. He analyzed the duels again and again, feeling the different sword techniques and fighting styles. By doing this, he could further enrich his knowledge and make it easier for him to win against any of them. Number 15 against number 16. Number 15 was Jiang Bailu. Number 16 was in the first transition of the force training realm. However, he had broken through earlier than Jiang Bailu. He used the rapid sword technique right away. Every strike brought along a dazzling sword light. It was like a torrential river, bringing with it waves as it attacked his opponent. Coincidentally, his opponent also practiced the Rapid's sword technique. With the same cultivation level and the same sword technique, who would win in the end would depend on whose fighting skills were better and who could bring out the full power of the sword technique. The Rapid sword technique had a total of 8 moves. The first 6 moves were all basic moves. Only the 7th and 8th move had great power. However, one had to practice the first 6 moves to a certain level before he could practice the 7th move. Otherwise, he would not be able to understand it and would only hurt himself if he forced himself to practice it. From Chunzong's point of view, the basic moves of the Earth-level sword technique were like the guided moves of the human-level sword technique. The difference was that the guided moves could not be used in battle, but the basic moves could. In comparison, the Earth-level sword technique was naturally more mysterious. The duel between the two was intense. The two swords clashed again and again like two torrents crashing into each other. Sparks flew everywhere. Number 16 had broken through to the force training realm earlier than Jiang Bailu. His inner force was more stable and he gradually gained the upper hand. Geniuses were geniuses because they could make the impossible possible and find opportunities in a disadvantageous situation. Jiang Bailu could be considered a genius. After the duel, he finally found an opportunity to counterattack. His sword light surged and hit his opponent's chest. The strong force caused his opponent to retreat, leaving him wide open. Even a disadvantageous situation could be turned around, let alone an opportunity like this. Under continuous attacks, Jiang Bailu successfully knocked his opponent out of the ring. However, it was not easy to defeat his opponent. He had used up most of his inner force. Number 17 against number 18. Then, number 19 against number 20. Chunzong had drawn number 30. Soon, it would be his turn. His opponent was number 29, but he did not know who it was. The battle between number 27 and number 28 ended. Chapter 155. My cousin got married a bit later. Oh, they've met. On the spectator stand, Chi Kong was startled at first, then he looked at He Tailin with a cold smile. He Tailin frowned slightly. If Chunzong lost to Huo Yihong, then he would lose this bet. 500 sword merit points. He Tailin's heart twitched as he thought about it. From the first round of the test, Huo Yihong had reached 20, while Chunzong had only reached 15. There was an obvious difference. Of course, they didn't know that Chunzong had just casually attacked. You think too highly of yourself. Chunzong replied indifferently, but it seemed that he had angered Huo Yihong. His eyes turned cold. Okay, I'll let you know how bad it is if you don't admit defeat. Attack. Although Huo Yihong was angry, he didn't take the initiative to attack. He seemed to be very proud of his status. Chunzong was speechless. This guy must have been spoiled and thought too highly of himself. Pulling out the ceremonial sword, Chunzong's aura changed immediately. Then, he waved his sword and cut towards Huo Yihong with a gust of wind. Severing Wind Sword Art. The elder in charge of the Rising Star competition was startled. Maybe the new disciples didn't know, but as an elder, he had a deep understanding of all the sword arts in the Real Sword Academy. The Severing Wind Sword Art was also known as the Severing Wind 13 Swords. As the name suggested, there were a total of 13 moves. Among the hundreds of Earth-level low-rank sword arts on the third floor of the Sword Martial Tower, there were a few that were the most difficult to practice, but also the most powerful. The Severing Wind sword art was one of them. The first move to the 10th move were the basic moves without a name. The 11th, 12th, and 13th moves had names, and they were the essence of the Severing Wind sword art. They were considered as killing moves, and they were not weak. The senior brother in charge of the Sword Martial Tower was a quiet and cold person. He had no relationship with Chen Zong, so he naturally wouldn't tell Chen Zong that the Severing Wind sword art was one of the most difficult sword arts to practice among the hundreds of Earth-level low-rank sword arts. Of course, even if he told Chen Zong wouldn't change his mind. Just from its name, one could tell that the Severing Wind swordsmanship was a swordsmanship that focused on speed. It could even intercept the wind, so how could it not be fast? Chen Zong was performing the first move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. When he drew his sword, he had already crossed 5 or 6 meters and slashed at Huo Yihong. The speed of the sword was so fast that it surprised everyone. It also surprised Huo Yihong. He quickly retreated and drew his sword. "Do you think you can fight against me just because your sword is fast? You are too naive." Huo Yihong's voice faded as he used his dark light sword technique. The sword light flashed and interfered with Yi Futian's vision. With a shake of his wrist, Chen Zong's sword immediately crisscrossed. He performed the second move of the wind-cutting swordsmanship, which passed through the dazzling sword light and hit Huo Yihong's chest directly. The speed of the sword was so fast that there was no way to dodge it. Huo Yihong was immediately hit. While Huo Yihong was enraged, Chen Zong performed the third sword attack. This sword touched Huo Yihong's wrist. The tyrannical power made Huo Yihong release his grip. With a twist, the ceremonial sword in his hand was immediately sent flying. How could this be? Qi Kang's eyes widened. He Tailin was also stunned. This meant that Chen Zong had won, and it also meant that He Tailin had won the bet. Not bad. This person has just broken through to the Qi refining realm. That is to say, he has just started practicing the wind-cutting swordsmanship. To be able to perform the first 3 moves of one of the most difficult Earth-level swordsmanship, he is extraordinary. At the top of the spectators' stand, a disciple of the palace nodded and commented. Huo Yihong's expression kept changing. He wanted to be angry, but he had to hold it in. That kind of sullen feeling, especially when he thought about how he had made Chen Zong admit defeat, was immediately reversed. He almost vomited blood. Picking up his sword, he was too ashamed to stand in the arena anymore. He quickly jumped down and left. At this time, Huo Yihong hated Chen Zong to the core. He also wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. He felt that the surrounding people were looking at him with ridicule. Looking at Huo Yihong's embarrassing figure leaving the arena, the elder could not help but shake his head. He has some talent, but his temperament is not good. This kind of person is destined to have no achievement. A few disciples of the palace said casually. Their voices were not loud, and they were far away from the others, so only they could hear them clearly. "Qi Kong, when will you give me the 500 sword merit points?" He Tailin walked to Qi Kang's side and sat down. He asked with a smile, feeling very satisfied. "I will give it to you after the competition." Qi Kang gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were full of anger and hatred when he looked at Chen Zong. Because of his opponent, he had lost 500 sword merit points. Those were the points that he had worked so hard to accumulate, and now they were gone. After defeating Huo Yihong, Chen Zong did not feel anything. He looked calm, but the elder secretly nodded and gave him a good evaluation of his temperament. In fact, before Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the Qi refining realm, his strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary Qi refining realm cultivator. After the breakthrough, and after more than 10 days of cultivation, his strength had increased by several times. An ordinary qi refining realm cultivator was no match for him at all. Hua Yihong was indeed a genius, but it had not been long since he reached the qi refining realm. How could he be Chen Zong's opponent? Chen Zong had his eyes set on the 12 disciples who had reached the second transformation of qi refining realm. If there were no accidents, the 12 disciples who had reached the second transformation of qi refining realm would be the strongest candidates for the 7 rising stars. One match after another. Number 77 against number 78. Number 77 was one of the 12 disciples who had reached the second transformation of qi refining realm. Make your move. Chen Zong looked at his opponent, a disciple who looked a little shy and looked like the boy next door. This person was Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu was the disciple of the mayor of Ultimate Martial Main City. His cultivation was at the first transformation of qi refining realm, but he had already reached the peak. After Lin Tianyu drew his sword, the sword light suddenly burst out like a storm. It was completely different from his shy appearance, and it brought a strong contrast to the others. Lin Tianyu's opponent was also surprised, but he reacted quickly and immediately drew his sword. Oh, a mid-tier earth-level sword technique. The elder looked at Lin Tianyu's sword technique and was a little surprised. It should be the rainstorm sword technique. This kid's swordsmanship is quite good, and he shouldn't be a beginner. It seems that he has learned it from his family. Indeed, Lin Tianyu was the disciple of the mayor, so it was not surprising that he had learned a mid-tier earth-level sword technique. Even the technique that he had learned was a mid-tier earth-level technique. There was no difference in the strength of the qi and blood force cultivated by a mortal-level technique in the qi and blood force. The only difference was that the higher the level of the technique, the more power one could master. For example, the Earth Dragon force from the Earth Dragon technique, the Astral force from the Astral technique, and so on. The Earth-level martial arts of the training stage were different. Among martial arts of the same level, not only did they have different characteristics, there were also differences in strength. Of course, since they were of the same level, the difference in strength would not be very obvious. However, the difference between different levels was very obvious. For example, for a mid-tier earth-level technique, even the most common mid-tier earth-level technique, the amount and purity of the inner force cultivated by a low-tier earth-level technique would surpass the amount of inner force cultivated by a low-tier earth-level technique. Quantity was quantity. The more inner force one had, the longer one could last in a battle. After all, not every battle could end quickly. Purity was closely related to power. The purer the inner force, the stronger the power. Lin Tianyu had cultivated a mid-tier earth-level technique, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the first cycle of the qi refining realm. The amount and purity of inner force in his body were very close to the second cycle of the qi refining realm. As soon as he used the mid-tier earth-level rainstorm sword technique, sword after sword, it was like a torrential downpour, suppressing his opponent. Although his opponent's cultivation was at the second cycle of the qi refining realm, his technique and sword technique were only at the low-tier earth level. The difference in level itself meant that there was a difference in power. Although Chen Zong did not fight personally, his senses were very sharp. He could sense the fluctuations of inner force from both parties in the ring. The inner strength of the second refinement stage cultivator leaned towards the feminine side, but his swordsmanship was insufficient. Combining the two together, it was difficult for him to unleash the full potential of his inner strength. On the other hand, Lin Tianyu's inner strength aura was vast and mighty, and his swordsmanship was vast and mighty. However, this kind of purity seems to be worse than the Jingyuan inner force that I cultivated, Chen Zong thought to himself. The Jingyuan inner force did not focus on the purity of inner force. It only focused on quantity. The purity of his inner force was comparable to or even better than the second cycle of the qi refining realm's inner force. After all, inner force was refined from the body and qi. The body and qi were the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the inner force refined. Rapid rainstorm. Lin Tianyu's sword paused for a moment. More inner force gushed out as he performed the most powerful sword technique of the rainstorm swordsmanship. With a thrust of his sword, the light from the sword immediately split into dozens. It was as if a rainstorm was falling down, faster and fiercer. The powerful force shattered his opponent's sword. More than 10 consecutive strikes landed on his opponent's chest, sending him flying. Without a doubt, Lin Tianyu won. He became the first cycle of the Qi Refining Realm disciple to defeat a second cycle of the Qi Refining Realm disciple. Sheathing his sword, Lin Tianyu's face was once again filled with shyness. The change in styles was surprising. The competition continued, match after match. Every match had a winner and a loser. Soon, the first round was over. Out of the 112 people, 56 people won and 56 lost. Before the second round began, they drew lots again. It was all based on luck. If they drew an opponent that they could not defeat, they could only blame it on their bad luck. This time, Chen Zong drew lot number 7, which was closer to the front. His opponent was number 8. Number 1 versus number 2. Number 3 versus number 4. Number 5 versus number 6. It was Chen Zong's turn. This time, Chen Zong's opponent was unfortunately Gu Xiaolin, a disciple of the Seven Lights Martial Academy's Tianyao Hall. Gu Xiaolin felt a little helpless about this, but he still had to fight. Chen Shidi, please. Seeing Chen Zong's battle, Gu Xiaolin did not have the slightest intention of underestimating Chen Zong, even though he had broken through to the Qi Refining Realm earlier than Chen Zong. Senior brother Gu, please. Chen Zong also said. Both of them drew their swords. Chen Shidi, take this. Gu Xiaolin was not an arrogant person like Huo Yihong. He immediately drew his sword as soon as he finished speaking. He had broken through to the Qi Refining Realm when he was in the Tianyao Hall. Naturally, the Seven Lights Martial Academy had taught him Earth Realm lower-grade martial arts and sword technique. When the sword was unleashed, it was like a falling leaf spinning in the wind. Its trajectory was light and unpredictable, making it difficult to determine where it would land. This was the falling leaf sword technique. Chapter 156. Gu Xiaolin's sword was like a falling leaf, one strike after another, and the trajectory was unpredictable. But under Chen Zong's severing wind swordsmanship, the trajectory was immediately disrupted, like a leaf blown by the wind, changing the original trajectory. This change had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Gu Xiaolin could make it more unpredictable, but it required him to have a very high attainment in fallen leaves swordsmanship to be able to control it freely. The disadvantage was that if he couldn't control it freely, it would be out of his control directly. Obviously, Gu Xiaolin was quite proficient in fallen leaves swordsmanship, but he hadn't reached that level yet. Compared with Gu Xiaolin, Chen Zong received more attention, especially the elder, who knew that Chen Zong was one of the 6 disciples in the Qi and Blood realm. Now he had not only reached the Qi Refining realm, but also defeated Huo Yihong, who also broke through the Qi and Blood realm. What he practiced was severing wind swordsmanship. With only 4 strikes, Chen Zong disrupted Gu Xiaolin's swordsmanship. With the 5th strike, Gu Xiaolin had to retreat. The 6th strike was faster, like a gust of wind, but also like cutting the wind. Gu Xiaolin couldn't use his sword, and could only barely parry. This guy should be practicing the positive Yuan force, the elder thought. As a warrior in the real martial arts realm, his perception was more sensitive, and he could feel the weak internal force from Chen Zong. But his internal force is very pure, no worse than the second turn of the Qi Refining realm. It seems that his foundation was very strong when he was in the Qi and Blood realm. Others couldn't see much. They only saw that Gu Xiaolin was suppressed after a few strikes, and could only parry but not fight back. Severing wind, 10 strikes. One strike followed by another, and Gu Xiaolin had already retreated to the edge of the arena. Junior brother, thank you for showing mercy. Gu Xiaolin smiled bitterly. Although he could still perform a killing move of fallen leaf swordsmanship, the problem was that it would take some time. Chen Zong's sword was so fast that he didn't have time to accumulate power. You won again. He Tylin smiled. Qi Kang's face looked worse. Yang Jingji's face was cold, and his eyes were shining with cold light. This was different from what he had imagined. Moreover, judging from the strength displayed by Chen Zong, it seemed that he had not used his full strength yet. Thus, there was a slight possibility that he could compete for the 7 rising stars. Lin Tianyu's opponent was at the first transition of the Qi refining realm and was easily defeated. Jiang Bailu's opponent was a veteran at the first transition of the Qi refining realm. After a fierce battle, Jiang Bailu was defeated. Hua Yihong is no good, and neither is Jiang Bailu. He Tylin seemed to be deliberately disgusting Qi Kong as he laughed again. The 2 words he were like 2 swords that ruthlessly pierced Qi Kang's heart. Qi Kong's eyes turned red as he glared at He Tylin. He Tylin wasn't afraid at all. Don't be complacent too early. Qi Kang's voice was a bit hoarse. After the second round of battles ended, only 28 people remained out of the 56. These 28 people had to draw lots for the third round of battles. Junior fellow apprentice, come on. Fight for the title of 7 rising stars. Gu Xiaolin soon got rid of his depression after his defeat and encouraged Chen Zong. Thank you for your kind words, senior fellow apprentice. Chen Zong smiled. There was a certain element of luck in this kind of battle. For example, at the beginning, one would meet a weaker opponent and advance to the next round. However, as time went on, this element of luck would become less and less. After 2 rounds, there were 28 people, and every one of them had real strength. Before drawing lots, any one of the 27 people could become his opponent. After drawing lots, Chen Zong glanced at it. He had drawn number 1 and his opponent was number 2. He would be the first to fight on the stage. Chen Zong, you are indeed not weak, but compared to me, there is still a gap between you and me. Number 2's eyes were sharp as he smiled coldly. He had failed the first time he took the exam of the 4 great schools. During the 3 years of experience, he had broken through to the first transition of the Qi refining realm. Since then, he had made some progress. Although he hadn't reached the second transition, he had reached the peak of the first transition. You will know after you fight. Chen Zong responded neither quickly nor slowly. He pulled out his sword, flicked the tip of the sword and slashed out quickly. I will let you know the gap between us. Number 2's cold voice fell, and he instantly drew his sword. The sword technique that number 2 practiced was the Gale sword technique, which was also a sword technique that emphasized speed. Using speed to fight speed, one sword was like a gale, while the other could block the wind. Number 2 was indeed someone who had gone through 3 years of experience. He had rich combat experience. When he used the Gale sword technique, not only was he fast, but he could also use some small tricks to better display its power. These small tricks had nothing to do with the sword technique itself. They were the result of a martial artist's personal experience in life and death battles. They seemed insignificant, but they were very practical. This was something that Chen Zong didn't have at the moment. However, after fighting with him, number 2 realized that the small tricks that he had learned from his life and death experiences could only bring trouble to his opponent the first time, but not the second time. On the third time, his small tricks were gradually being learned by his opponent. What a terrifying learning ability! Number 2 felt a chill in his heart. He immediately activated his inner force and used his sword technique. Gale slash. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 slashes came from the left, the middle, and the right. The speed of the slashes was even faster than before. The blades couldn't be seen, but they were like 3 gale slashes. If this movement was practiced to perfection, he could use 4 slashes in an instant. Chen Zong suddenly had a new understanding of the wind-severing swordsmanship. The 3rd slash, the 5th slash, the 8th slash, and the 10th slash of the wind-severing swordsmanship. 4 slashes were performed consecutively. They hit the gaps of the 3 gale slashes. They seemed to be empty, but in fact they were connected. Under the 4 slashes, the connection between the 3 gale slashes was immediately cut off. They scattered and slashed past Chen Zong without causing any harm to Chen Zong. Impossible! Is it a coincidence or? 7 sword stars, the guarding disciple, and the elder were all stunned. The gale slashes was the unique skill of the gale sword technique. Normally, one had to use unique skills to fight against it. However, Chen Zong had broken it with the ordinary sword technique of the wind-severing swordsmanship. If it was a coincidence, it could only be said that he was very lucky. If it wasn't a coincidence, his eyesight was too amazing. This guy has mastered the wind-severing swordsmanship so well. As a warrior in the real martial arts realm, the elder could see more clearly. After thinking about it, he was sure that Chen Zong didn't win by luck. I see. Wind-severing swordsmanship. Wind-severing. Chen Zong had a deeper understanding after breaking his opponent's unique skill with 4 slashes. Number 2 was stunned and immediately attacked again. However, Chen Zong didn't stop at all. He performed the wind-severing 10 swords, each slash faster than the previous one. The 8th slash, the 9th slash, the 10th slash. Chen Zong attacked directly with his sword. Number 2 was pushed back by his powerful internal force. He felt that his chest was stuffy and he couldn't breathe smoothly. Chen Zong attacked again and knocked number 2 out of the arena. He won again. Yang Jingji clenched his fists. He wanted to teach Chen Zong a lesson himself. Then, Lin Tianyu defeated his opponent and advanced to the next round. The 3rd round was over. 14 people were eliminated and 14 people advanced. The 4th round. It's the last round. The 7 people who can win will be the 7 new stars. The 7 new stars didn't have a ranking system, so this was the last round. Both Lin Tianyu and Chen Zong were unexpected. One of them was at the peak of the first rotation of the Force Training Realm and defeated someone at the second rotation of the Force Training Realm. The other had just reached the Force Training Realm and won consecutively. I wonder who will win if the 2 of them meet? In my opinion, Lin Tianyu will definitely win. Chen Zong is a genius, but he can't be a match for someone at the second rotation of the Force Training Realm. Congratulations on entering the 4th round, the elder said with a smile. Of the 14 people who entered the 4th round, 8 of them were at the second rotation of the Force Training Realm. Of the other 4, 1 was defeated by Lin Tianyu, 3 were defeated by someone at the second rotation, and the other 6 were at the first rotation. Let's draw lots. This time, Chen Zong drew number 5 and his opponent was number 6. Lin Tianyu was the first to enter the arena. His opponent was at the peak of the first rotation of the Force Training Realm. Lin Tianyu drew his sword and his sword poured down like a storm. He suppressed his opponent in an instant and defeated him. It was a clean victory. How is this possible? It's too easy. The 7 rising stars are in our hands. Without a doubt, Lin Tianyu defeated his opponent and became one of the 7 rising stars. The rest of the people who had not yet entered the arena were all excited. Number 3 versus number 4. Both of them were at the second cycle of the training realm. Both of them practiced Earth-level low-grade martial arts and Earth-level low-grade sword arts. They were evenly matched in this aspect. The outcome of the battle would depend on how they applied their technique. Since they were evenly matched, both of them used everything they had and held nothing back. They were determined to defeat their opponent. After all, if they won, they would receive the honor of being one of the 7 rising stars. Fight, fight, fight. 15 minutes later, Number 4 grasped a sliver of an opportunity and traded injury for injury to defeat Number 3. It was a fluke victory. However, a win was a win. Next, it was Number 5 versus Number 6. I'm from the Lu sect. How do you think I should deal with you? Number 6 stared at Chenzong and suddenly grinned. His cultivation base was at the second transition of the Qi refining realm, so he was confident that he would win. Furthermore, Yang Jingji had told him that if he met Chenzong, he was to teach him a lesson. I'm relieved to hear that, Chenzong said calmly. You're so stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent immediately drew his sword. The sword was like an erupting volcano. It was ferocious and domineering. Cutting wind, Chenzong said in a low voice. He unsheathed his sword like a gust of wind and cut the wind in half. The speed of the sword increased. After 3 battles, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the cutting wind swordsmanship. The way he used it now was different from before. It was more profound. His opponent's swordsmanship was obviously a swordsmanship that focused on explosive power. The speed of the sword was not fast, but the power of each strike was very strong. Coupled with the fierce inner force, the power was further enhanced. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chenzong stabbed 3 times in a row. He immediately broke his opponent's first strike and counterattack. So what if your sword is fast? Take my volcanic swordsmanship. Number 6 roared. His momentum was shocking. His fierce inner force was surging. In an instant, he pushed his sword forward. The sound of the sword was shocking. As soon as he used his ultimate move, Chenzong immediately felt a scorching heat coming at him. The power was so strong that it seemed like it could crush him in the blink of an eye. Before the sword arrived, the strong sword pressure whistled. Chenzong's long hair and his sword robe fluttered in the wind. Chapter 157. Attack. As the thought flashed through his mind, the ceremonial sword stabbed out at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had performed the first to the 10th sword of the severing wind swordsmanship. Each sword accurately hit the weak points of his opponent's volcanic sword burst. The 10 swords seemed to stab out at the same time. Wherever the sword light passed, the originally ferocious and violent sword light paused for a moment. Then, like smoke blown by the wind, it scattered. This is impossible. Number 6's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The volcanic sword burst was the first of the 2 ultimate moves of the volcanic sword art. Furthermore, he had already cultivated it to the Great Accomplishment realm. Even though he had only just reached the Great Accomplishment realm, it was still very terrifying. How could it be broken so easily? Number 6 was shocked, and so were the onlookers. They all thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Yining Jianxing and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at Chenzong. The few palace guardians were also stunned. The elder's pupils trembled slightly with a hint of incredulity. Could it be that this boy has already mastered the mysteries of the severing wind swordsmanship? The elder thought to himself. This was an incredible thing. The wind cutter sword art was one of the more difficult sword arts to practice among the Earth Realm lower rank sword art. Even an ordinary disciple of the True Sword Academy would need 1 or 2 months to practice from the first sword to the 10th sword. It would take an even longer time to master it. As for comprehending and mastering its mysteries, it was no longer a matter of time. One must have enough comprehension ability. Of course, if one had enough understanding, one must be completely familiar with the sword art. To understand and master the mysteries of a Earth Realm low-class sword art and then use it skillfully in less than a month was not difficult at all for a warrior of the True Force realm. After all, they were at a high level and had a deep foundation. However, for a warrior who had just broken through to the Qi refining realm, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Let's observe for a while longer and see if this boy is a sword genius, the elder said to himself. The secret of the wind-cutting swordsmanship is not the wind-cutting swordsmanship, which is only superficial. It is the cutting that can cut off the wind and the attack, Chunzong said to himself. He had a deeper understanding of it. Ever since he obtained the mysterious sword tip, he had been constantly changing. It was as if his body's potential was slowly being unlocked. As he continued to cultivate, his experience gradually increased, and his accumulation gradually deepened. When he reached the Qi refining realm, his improvement was even more obvious. That was why he was able to familiarize himself with the first 10 moves of the Severing Wind swordsmanship in a short span of 10 days. He also comprehended the mysteries of the Severing Wind swordsmanship through battle after battle. Sword, 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 sword. Before number 6 could fully unleash any of his sword moves, they were immediately intercepted by Chunzong. Unable to continue, number 6 had no choice but to change his move. However, for someone like him who had yet to comprehend the mind, eye and hand in one, it would take some time. His volcanic sword storm was broken, which was a blow to his confidence. His sword was broken one after another, which was another blow. Number 6's confidence was shaken, and his aura was weakened. It was hard for him to use all of his power. On the other hand, Chunzong's aura was as strong as a rainbow. However, number 6 was still in the second transformation of the Qi refining realm. He had also been honed for a few years and was very experienced. He would not be defeated in a short period of time. However, he was perfect for Chunzong to practice his swordsmanship on. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chunzong stabbed out another 10 times. These 10 swords were different from the previous ones. They did not appear to be as fast, nor did they stab out at the same time. They were orderly, but they seemed to carry a strange feeling, as if they contained some kind of pattern. He has improved again. The elder's eyes widened. If the previous 10 swords represented Chunzong's initial mastery of the mysteries of the Severing Wind swordsmanship, then these 10 swords represented that he had taken a step forward. This speed of improvement was too shocking. After 10 swords, number 6's rhythm was completely disrupted. He felt as if he could not find his direction. When he came back to his senses, Chunzong's sword had already landed firmly on his throat. If this was a life-and-death battle, even if the ceremonial sword had not been sharpened, this sword would have been enough to pierce his throat and kill him. He actually won. Yang Jingji's face was full of anger. He Tailin and the other disciples were all dumbfounded. This was a completely unexpected result. A disciple who had just broken through to the Qi refining realm defeated someone in the second transformation of the Qi refining realm. This was too unbelievable. Lin Tianyu smiled shyly. However, when he looked at Chunzong, there was a flash of fighting spirit in the depths of his eyes. Both of them had defeated someone in the second transformation of the Qi refining realm with their first transformation of the Qi refining realm. However, it was different. After all, Lin Tianyu had been practicing a mid-class earth-level martial art and sword technique for almost half a year. On the other hand, Chunzong had only broken through to the Qi refining realm this month. The martial art and sword technique he practiced were only of the low-class earth level. Jiang Bailio's face was numb. Previously, when he had just broken through to the Qi refining realm, he had let everyone know that he thought highly of himself and looked down on others. Even for those who had broken through to the Qi refining realm earlier than him, Jiang Bailu thought that they only had more time to practice. If they had started at the same time, they would definitely not be able to compete with him. This was especially true for the other 5, who had become official disciples at the Qi refining realm like him. He did not think much of them. However, he did not expect Hua Yihong to break through to the Qi refining realm on the same day as him. He had originally thought that among the new disciples, only Hua Yihong could be considered a match for him. He did not expect Hua Yihong to be defeated by Chunzong and Lin Tianyu to appear. The talents that these two had displayed were enough to defeat him and Hua Yihong. At this point, both Lin Tianyu and Chen Zong had received the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars. Number 7 versus number 8. Number 9 versus number 10. Number 11 versus number 12. Number 13 versus number 14. The 7th battle of the 4th round had ended. The 7 rising stars were thus determined. Other than Lin Tianyu and Chen Zong, there was another Qi refining realm disciple named Yu Huawen who had also won. The other 4 in the 7 rising stars were all at the Qi refining realm. However, Yu Huawen was different from Chen Zong and Lin Tianyu. The opponents that he had defeated were all at the Qi refining realm. If he had met someone at the Qi refining realm who was at the Qi refining realm who was at the Qi refining realm, he would have lost and would not be part of the 7 rising stars. Yu Huawen was overjoyed that his family knew about him. Lin Tianyu, Chen Zong, Yu Huawen, Gu Ning, Zhou Lian, Lin Yunyun, and Li Fei, congratulations on defeating your opponents and receiving the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars. The elder's face was full of smiles. His gaze was gentle as he swept his gaze across them. Out of the 7 rising stars, 5 were male and 2 were female. The number of female martial artists was usually fewer than male martial artists. Female martial artists were usually more polarized. They were either weaker or stronger. Those with average strength were relatively rare. Both Lin Yunyun and Li Fei were at the Qi refining realm's Qi refining realm. They had rich battle experience and extraordinary strength. They were able to receive the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars because of their own strength. From today onwards, no one is allowed to challenge the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars. However, from next month onwards, the 7 of you will have to accept at least one challenge every month. If you win, you will retain the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars. If you lose, the honor will belong to someone else. The elder continued, if no one challenges you, you will retain the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars until the next batch of new disciples enters. I hope that you will continue to work hard in your cultivation and retain the honor of being part of the 7 rising stars. The elder smiled. Also, remember that you only have 5 years in the Real Sword Academy. If you are unable to become a core disciple within 5 years, you will have no choice but to leave the Real Sword Academy. Chen Zong and the others were already aware of this rule. 5 years was the deadline. In order to become a guardian disciple, one had to first reach the 4th cycle of the Qi refining realm. Next, one had to pass the corresponding test. There was a huge gap between the 3rd and 4th cycles of the Force Training Realm because it was a breakthrough from the initial stage to the middle stage of the Force Training Realm. If the Blood Qi Realm to the Force Training Realm was considered a major breakthrough, and the 1st to 2nd cycles of the Force Training Realm was considered a minor breakthrough, then the 3rd to 4th cycles of the Force Training Realm was considered a mid-stage breakthrough. However, the difficulty of breaking through from rank 3 to rank 4 was no less than the difficulty of breaking through from the Vitality Realm to the Force Training Realm. Many martial artists who had reached the 3rd cycle of the Qi refining realm were stuck at the bottleneck for 4 to 5 years. This was nothing strange. Of course, if one's cultivation had reached the 4th cycle of the Force Training Realm, even if he couldn't pass the test in a short period of time, he would still be able to stay in the Real Sword Academy for the time being. As long as he passed the test within a year and was under 30 years old, he could become a core disciple. However, he couldn't enjoy all the resources of the Real Sword Academy. He couldn't even stay in the Real Sword Academy except for the test. Every core disciple in the 4th cycle of the Force Training Realm was outstanding. Of course, there were nearly 200 core disciples in the Real Sword Academy. Some of them had reached the 5th cycle, some had reached the 6th cycle, and some had even reached the 7th cycle. This wasn't something that Chen Zong and the others could reach. The 7 Rising Stars competition had come to an end. The audience was still unsatisfied and left. When he jumped down from the round arena, Chernzong happened to catch a glimpse of He Tialin's back as he left in a hurry. "Junior brother, you're amazing." At this time, Gu Xiaolin's attitude towards Chernzong was completely different from when they had first met. Now, Chernzong had completely surpassed him. The audience that had left started to talk about today's 7 Rising Stars competition as they walked. Lin Tianyu and Chernzong were undoubtedly 2 dark horses. They had unexpectedly won the 7 Rising Stars competition. Moreover, it wasn't by luck, but by real strength. As for Yu Huawen, he had relied on some luck. It was inevitable that people would say that grapes were sour when they couldn't eat them. "You guys, who do you think is more powerful, Lin Tianyu or Chernzong?" "It's definitely Lin Tianyu." Needless to say. "Yeah, I also think it's Lin Tianyu." That's not necessarily true. Before this, who do you think is more powerful, Chernzong or someone in the second cycle of the force training realm? Some people had different opinions. No matter what, Chernzong had become famous. This name was destined to be remembered by all the disciples of the Real Sword Academy. Many people were envious. Ordinary people sought fame and fortune, and warriors even more so. One of the rewards for the 7 Rising Stars competition was to be able to choose a martial arts of the lower class of the Earth level. After Chernzong left the Sword Martial Arena, he went straight to the Sword Martial Tower to choose another martial arts of the lower class of the Earth level. Chapter 158. After choosing a low-class Earth-level footwork, Chernzong went to He Tialin's residence to look for him, but He Tialin was not there. "Kid, you're still dreaming about He Tialin giving you 250 sword merit points? That's ridiculous. He Tialin has already exchanged all the sword merit points for cultivation resources and is looking for a place to cultivate." When Qi Kong saw Chernzong, his small eyes shone brightly. He sneered coldly and his tone was full of sarcasm. Chernzong was startled, but he did not say anything. It could be true, or it could be Qi Kong trying to drive a wedge between him and Chernzong. Whether it was true or not, it was a fact that he could not find He Tialin. Chernzong ignored Qi Kong and turned to leave. Hee. Qi Kong looked at Chernzong's back and sneered. "If you really did that, it could only mean that you are not a person worth befriending," Chernzong said to himself and exhaled. The Earth-grade low-grade footwork that he chose this time was a footwork suitable for battle. It was called the 8 Directions 4 Extremes footwork, which meant that there was nothing that it could not reach. Of course, it was only a mere Earth-grade low-grade footwork, and it was still very far from the true 8 Directions 4 Extremes footwork. It was only a wish of the person who created this footwork. 10 low-class energy training pills were also sent to Chernzong. Taking 1 pill could double the speed of refining inner strength, which was equivalent to doubling the speed of cultivation. However, it only lasted for 1 day. 10 low-class energy training pills were equivalent to 10 more days for Chernzong to cultivate. However, things like pills shouldn't be taken over a long period of time. Otherwise, impurities would be left in the body and they would accumulate, affecting the purity of the body. Chernzong was fine. His seamless body could better remove the impurities from the pills, allowing him to absorb them faster. Today, after practicing the Severing Wind swordsmanship and the 18 basic moves, Chernzong began to practice all-directional 4-pole step. The profoundness of the 8 Directions 4 Extremities steps lay in the fact that one could cross the 4 extremities by stepping on the 8 directions. The so-called 8 directions referred to the 8 directions, and the so-called 4 extremities referred to the intersecting lines formed by the various directions. Chernzong's feet left 8 footprints on the hard ground. Each of his footprints was placed in one direction, forming 8 directions. Then, a straight line connected the 8 directions. It looked very orderly. This was only the most basic level, which was the entry level. Inner force was different from vitality force. Once vitality force erupted, it would be easily consumed, but inner force could be maintained for a longer period of time. Only when using a killer move would the consumption increase, but in terms of endurance, inner force still surpassed vitality force. After practicing the 8 directions 4 extremities steps over a dozen times, Zhang Xian had reached minor accomplishment. His movements and footwork seemed to have become even faster and more flexible. Exhaling, Chen Zong was about to enter the building to restore his inner force when someone knocked on the door of the small courtyard. Bang! 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 The door seemed to be about to be smashed open. "Who is it?" Chen Zong shouted. "Open the door." A cold voice came from outside. "Tell me your name." Hearing the person's tone, Chen Zong knew that the person did not come with good intentions. "Open the door, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The person was angry. "Why don't you try?" Chen Zong smiled. The rules of the True Sword Academy were very clear. When a disciple lived in the courtyard belonged to the disciple. Other disciples were not allowed to barge in. Otherwise, they would be violating the rules and would be punished. Of course, nothing was absolute, but for most disciples, it was very intimidating. "Chen Zong, I'm Li Beiyu, ranked 43rd on the Iron Sword ranking. I have something important to discuss with you. Open the door immediately." There was a pause outside, then a low, angry voice came. The person did not have the guts to blatantly violate the rules, especially when this courtyard was the residence of one of the 7 rising stars. Iron Sword ranking. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. In the corner of the official disciple area of the True Sword Academy, there was a stone wall. There were 7 columns on the wall, and each column had 7 nameplates. This was the Iron Sword ranking. Other than the 7 sword stars, only the strongest 49 official disciples could be listed on the Iron Sword ranking. Of course, being listed on the Iron Sword ranking had its benefits. For example, the disciples in the first column could get 70 sword merit points every month. The disciples in the second column could get 60 sword merit points every month, and so on. The disciples in the 7th column could get 10 sword merit points every month. Li Beiyu was ranked 43rd, and he was in the 7th column. There were more than 200 disciples in the last batch. Every one of them had trained for 3 years, and their talents were not bad. They were at least at the early stage of the 3rd transformation of the Force training realm. The 7 sword stars were at the peak of the 3rd transformation of the Force training realm. For Li Beiyu to be ranked 43rd on the Iron Sword ranking, his strength was indeed better than most of the previous batch's disciples. "What do you want?" Chen Zong opened the door. Outside the door stood a person with thick eyebrows that seemed to have been drawn with ink. His eyes were small, and his face was full of anger. "Chen Zong, how impressive of you to make a senior brother wait outside the door for so long. Aren't you looking down on the seniors from the previous batch?" Li Beiyu immediately put a hat on Chen Zong's head. "You flatter me. Senior brotherly, if you have something to say, please speak. If there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate." Chen Zong was unmoved, and his tone was neither light nor heavy. "You!" Li Beiyu almost exploded with anger. His chest rose and fell violently for a few times before calming down. His face was full of mockery. "Chen Zong, there's nothing to be arrogant about getting the 7 rising stars. Senior brotherly, did you get the 7 rising stars in the past?" Chen Zong countered with a question. Li Beiyu's expression changed again, and his eyes became terrifyingly cold, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. With a bit of condensed killing intent, coupled with his tyrannical willpower, he pressed towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong's pupils trembled slightly. Li Beiyu's aura was indeed much more tyrannical than Yang Jingji's, and both of their cultivations were at the 3rd cycle of the Qi refining realm. Li Beiyu was only ranked 43rd on the Iron Sword ranking. Then, what about the disciples who were ranked higher? How strong were they? The strength of a martial artist's aura was often directly related to the level of their strength. Of course, there might be some exceptions, but they were very rare. However, He might not be able to defeat a martial artist at the third cycle of the Qi refining realm. But if the other party wanted to use his aura and willpower to suppress him, he was underestimating him. He stood still, and his gaze was focused as he looked at the other party. There was nothing unusual. Chen Shidi, you're not weak. Do you dare to fight with me? Li Beiyu was surprised, and he sneered. There will be such a day. Chen Zong said bluntly, it won't be too far away. Okay, then I'll wait. Li Beiyu was startled, and his face was full of ridicule. A martial artist at the first cycle of the Qi refining realm thought that defeating one or two ordinary martial artists at the second cycle of the Qi refining realm would be enough to contend with him. He was too naive. Chen Shidi, I'm from the Lu sect. I'm here on the orders of the Lu sect's leader to invite you to join the Lu sect. But now, it seems that Chen Shidi is arrogant and looks down on us. Not only that, but he also speaks rudely and doesn't put us in his eyes. I will report all of this to the Lu sect's leader and let him decide. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Beiyu turned and left. Chen Zong's face was full of shock. He thought to himself that Li Beiyu was really a genius. The first thing he did was speak in an unfriendly tone. Then he accused him of not respecting his senior. Then he threatened him, and finally he said that he didn't put the Lu sect in his eyes. Even so, Chen Zong wouldn't explain. This way, he would be completely at odds with the Lu sect. He was only at the first cycle of the Qi refining realm. It wasn't wise to provoke a strong enemy like the Lu sect. But sometimes there was nothing he could do. It wasn't that you didn't want trouble, and trouble would stay away. It was just that if you didn't want it, you could only accept it. If Chen Zong didn't want to compromise, then he could only face it. That's fine. I'll let the Lu sect become my whetstone in the real Sword Academy, Chen Zong said to himself. If someone else heard this, they would probably think he was an idiot. The Lu sect was one of the three major powers. They had dozens of third cycle of the Qi refining realm masters. Among them, there were more than 10 masters on the metal sword ranking. The sect leader was one of the 7 sword stars. Even the other solitary sword stars didn't dare to say that they would use the Lu sect as their whetstone. Chen Zong dared to say and do. After closing the door and entering the small building, Chen Zong sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the positive elemental force to recover his qi. In a dozen days, Chen Zong had completed the first cycle of the positive elemental force and was already on the second cycle. The higher the level of a martial art, the more powerful the qi one could cultivate. The speed of cultivation and recovery would also increase accordingly. Of course, the higher the level of a martial art, the better the qi one could cultivate. When he was in the qi and blood realm, Chen Zong had obtained the real sword heavenly skill. When he broke through to the qi refining realm, he had hoped to obtain a good earth realm martial art or sword art from the mysterious sword tip. However, he hadn't obtained anything. The mysterious sword tip was unpredictable and wasn't something he could control. Chen Zong also knew that instead of placing his hopes on the mysterious sword tip, he would rather believe in himself and improve with his own efforts and abilities. Did he really say that? In a small courtyard, the sect leader of the Lu sect, Lu Wufeng, was wearing a green sword robe. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a shocking sharpness in them. His tone was neither fast nor slow, but it brought an indescribable pressure to Li Beiyu. They were both in the third cycle of the Qi refining realm, but due to the difference in their martial arts and cultivation methods, as well as the differences in various aspects, there would be a clear difference in their strength. A strong third cycle of the Qi refining realm could kill a weak third cycle of the Qi refining realm with one strike. Li Beiyu was considered a top expert among the official disciples. However, in front of the sect leader of the Lu sect, he was very weak. It was as if the sect leader could kill him with one strike. This was the difference between him and the 7 sword stars. Yes, sect leader. Li Beiyu came back to his senses and quickly answered. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look into Lu Wufeng's eyes. Lu Wufeng's eyes were too sharp. Since you look down on the Lu sect, there's no need to recruit such an arrogant person. Lu Wufeng closed his eyes again and said calmly, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, don't break the rules of the sect. Yes, Li Beiyu replied loudly. This was what he wanted. In fact, what he said about looking down on the Lu sect was something he made up. He was impulsive at the time. Now that he thought about it, he was scared. If the sect leader found out, he would definitely be punished. Now that he was left to deal with it, even if it didn't happen, he would make it happen. Chapter 159. Chernzong, Yu Huawen has been defeated. It's your turn now. Huang Su, who was in the second turn of the Jin training state, pointed his sword at Chernzong and said coldly. It was a new month, and the glory of the 7 stars had been targeted for a long time. Yu Huawen was the first to be challenged, because everyone could see that he was the weakest among the 7 sword stars. As expected, Yu Huawen was defeated by a disciple in the second turn of the Jin training state named Shen Rideo. Interestingly, Chernzong was only challenged by one person, Huang Su, who had been defeated by him before. Unlike the other 7 stars, all of them were challenged by dozens of people. Lu Men was probably the reason for the challenge, to deter the others. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again, Chernzong said calmly. What a joke. You were just lucky last time. This time, you will lose for sure. Huang Su said angrily. In the month after his defeat, he had been training harder than usual. Compared to before, his strength had indeed improved a lot. Moreover, the low-class Earth-level movement he had chosen before was not at the entry level, so he could not use it. Now that he had reached the entry level, he could use it in battle. Chernzong pulled out his ceremonial sword. The blade shone like autumn water. Huang Su's sword was like an erupting volcano. The sword light was fierce. Compared to a month ago, it was indeed different. It was faster and fiercer. In the month, he had received some guidance from the disciples of the Lu Men, so his improvement was obvious. However, even though he had improved, Chernzong had also improved, and it was even greater. After reaching the second stage of the vital force, Chernzong's inner strength became even more powerful. However, the purity of his inner strength remained the same. It couldn't be helped. Chernzong's original inner strength was already quite pure. A low-grade Earth-level martial art wouldn't be able to purify it. Chernzong was also glad that he didn't choose the vital force. The sword was like a gust of wind, but also like cutting the wind. It was so fast that it directly cut off the sword light and counterattacked. Huang Su's expression changed slightly. He suddenly used his movement technique and circled around Chernzong like a bird. He appeared on Chernzong's left side and attacked again. Under the influence of the fierce inner strength, the power of the volcano sword art became even more tyrannical. Boom, boom, boom. Every sword strike that he unleashed with all his strength produced an astonishing whistling sound, and the air seemed to become scorching hot because of it. Without holding anything back, Huang Su attacked with his full strength. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Cutting wind. With a soft hum, the ritual sword seemed to have disappeared. It turned into a gust of wind, but it didn't seem like wind at all. Sword after sword, light and silent. When it blew past, Huang Su's ferocious sword light was all cut off and then dissipated. Volcanic sword explosion. Huang Su's expression turned serious as he executed his ultimate move. In an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted, incomparably terrifying. Then you can try the 11th move of the Severing Wind sword art. Chernzong let out a soft groan. His expression turned solemn at first, but then it seemed to melt into a smile. He swung the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, the sword disappeared as if it had never existed. Even the sound could not be heard. Silent wind chant. The volcanic sword explosion melted silently, and Huang Su flew backward. He felt as if his chest had been shattered. Fortunately, after a few years of experience, he was used to keeping a piece of metal close to his chest. Chen Zong has become stronger. How terrifying! In the distance, Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong's expressions were extremely ugly. In the past month, they had been training hard and had made significant progress. Now that they saw the strength displayed by Chen Zong, they realized that not only did they not catch up, but the gap between them seemed to have widened. Without a doubt, Chen Zong had preserved the glory of the 7 rising stars. Li Beiyu clenched his right fist. He had arranged for Huang Su to challenge Chen Zong. In order to defeat Chen Zong, he had specially taught Huang Su for more than 10 days. He didn't expect Huang Su to be such a piece of trash. "You go and deal with him," Li Beiyu said to the person beside him. This was a third turn Qi refining disciple from the Lu sect. "Okay." The Lu sect disciple nodded and strode towards Chen Zong. His speed was very fast, and he blocked Chen Zong's path. "Chen Shidi, senior brother, my name is Zhu Hu. I saw that your swordsmanship was superior to mine, so I came to ask for your guidance." As soon as he finished speaking, the third turn Qi refining disciple drew his ceremonial sword and stabbed towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong took a step forward and used the 8 directions 4-pole step. After dodging the opponent's sword, he waved his sword, bringing along a dazzling sword light. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, pointing towards the opponent's throat. "Good!" the third turn Qi refining disciple shouted. His sword was faster and fiercer, and he was still using his inner force. The advantage of a third turn Qi refining disciple was immediately displayed. Whether in terms of strength or speed, he was superior to Chen Zong. Sword after sword, he continuously forced Chen Zong to retreat. Although this person was a third turn Qi refining disciple, he was not a disciple on the metal sword ranking, so he was not restricted by the rules of the academy. Chen Zong kept retreating. Every time their swords collided, he would feel his arm tremble and his palm go numb. He had no choice but to use the 8 directions 4-pole steps to the extreme. After a month, Chen Zong had already mastered the 8 directions 4-pole step. With one step, his body changed, and he moved in all directions, using this to deal with his opponent. Relying on the 8 directions 4-pole steps and his outstanding swordsmanship, Chen Zong was able to deal with a third turn Qi refining disciple. One had to know that the third turn Qi refining disciple in the True Sword Academy was different from the third turn Qi refining disciple in the outside world. Everyone around was stunned. Huang Su's face was full of shock. Chen Zong's strength was above his, but he did not expect it to be so much stronger. Jiang Bailu and Hua Yihong were even more shocked. "You have some skills." The third turn Qi refining disciple was also stunned. He did not expect a first turn Qi refining disciple to be able to withstand his sword for so long, even if he did not use his full strength. "Take this. 1 mountains only." He held the sword with both hands and raised it. His inner strength exploded, and he slashed down heavily. This was one of the ultimate moves of the 3 mountains swordsmanship. The sword slashed down with great force, as if an invisible mountain was falling from the sky. The terrifying sword pressure suddenly attacked Chen Zong, making him feel suffocated. Silent wind chant. Chen Zong's eyes focused, but he could not see the flaw in this attack. After all, his opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, and his swordsmanship was extremely skilled. He had already mastered it. What was perfection? Without any flaw, it was perfection. Of course, this was not absolute, but it was to a certain extent. If he could not find the flaw, then he would have to face it head-on. The sword light that seemed to have disappeared completely pierced out, like an invisible wind blowing over. However, the difference in strength was too great, and the wind was directly shattered. The 2 swords collided. Chen Zong felt his arm tremble, and the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. His arm was shaken, and his whole body was pushed back. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Good, take this." Zhu Hu took a step forward, raised his sword, and once again used the one mountains only, and slashed down fiercely. This was clearly an opportunity to severely injure Chen Zong. Even if the matter was investigated, it could be said that both sides were learning from each other. With Lu Men as his backing, he could still argue and not be punished. A third transformation stage cultivator against a first transformation stage cultivator. What a disgrace! The voice came from afar. Then, a purple sword light with specks of starlight seemed to have pierced through countless dimensions, and arrived in an instant. The purple sword light with specks of starlight revealed a demonic aura. One sword, just one sword, broke Zhu Hu's one mountains only. At the same time, he was sent flying a few meters, and fell to the ground, rolling a few times. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Demon Sword Star. Li Beiyu's expression changed drastically. Zhu Hu, who was lying on the ground, was even more shocked. Demon Sword Star, one of the 7 sword stars. Why would he interfere in this matter? A man wearing a light purple sword robe walked to Chen Zong's side, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. "Chen Shidi, are you seriously injured?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Senior." Chen Zong suppressed his confusion and expressed his gratitude. He looked like he was smiling like a spring breeze, but Chen Zong felt that there was a demonic aura behind it. "Senior Fei, are you going to interfere in this matter?" Li Beiyu braced himself and asked. This was a master on the same level as the leader of Lu Men. "Do you have a problem with that?" Demon Sword Star Fei Yuanji glanced at him, and a sharp light flashed in the corner of his eyes, causing Li Beiyu to tremble in fear. It was rumored that Demon Sword Star was the most eccentric and temperamental person. One second he was smiling, the next he could be murderous. Li Beiyu did not dare to offend him. "No, no, no," Li Beiyu hurriedly said, and secretly glanced at Chen Zong. He could only think that Chen Zong was lucky to have Demon Sword Star stand up for him. At the same time, he was very confused. What was the relationship between Chen Zong and Demon Sword Star? "I don't care if it's a normal challenge, but if someone wants to cause trouble, they'll have to ask the sword in my hand first." Fei Yuanji's eyes emitted a shocking coldness. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of purple light, which immediately made everyone feel as if they were being sliced apart. No one dared to look at him directly, and they all kept quiet out of fear. "Chen Shidi, let's go." Fei Yuanji retracted his gaze, and the spring breeze smile returned to his face. "Thank you, Senior Fei." Chen Zong expressed his gratitude again, but at the same time, he was even more confused. "Chen Shidi, are you confused as to why I stood up for you?" Fei Yuanji seemed to have seen through Chen Zong's confusion. His tone was neither fast nor slow, and it sounded very comfortable. "Senior Fei explained it to me." Chen Zong admitted directly. "We're from the same sect." Fei Yuanji smiled. "If you have any problems in the future, Chen Shidi can come find me." After that, Fei Yuanji walked to the other side. "Same sect?" Chen Zong muttered. It sounded easy to understand. He was a disciple of the Real Sword Academy, and Fei Yuanji was also a disciple of the Real Sword Academy. They were indeed from the same sect. However, this was not enough reason for Fei Yuanji to help him. It could be said that Fei Yuanji did things according to his whims and whims. After all, his opponent was Demon Sword Star, so this was possible. Chen Zong pondered as he walked. It's just that this senior brother of his seems to be referring to something else. Then, as if he thought of something, Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. "Have you figured it out?" Fei Yuanji turned around and glanced at Chen Zong's back, and a mysterious smile flashed across his face. "If my guess is correct, then Fei Yuanji may not be the only one in the Real Sword Academy. There may be more, Chen Zong could not help but be shocked. Even the 4 great academies are like this. If the 4 great academies were like this, then what about other places? Chapter 160. The news of Fiend Sword Star Fei Yuanji standing up for Chen Zong, one of the 7 rising stars, spread quickly. Chen Zong became famous again. Fei Yuanji is standing up for him. If there's a suitable opportunity, you'll die just the same. Purple Firmament Sword Star by Yuxiao sneered after learning of this. Fei Yuanji is standing up for him. Let's not touch him for now. Lu Wufeng said. There was an alchemy hall in True Sword Academy that specialized in refining and selling pills. They also purchased herbs, treasured medicines, and so on. Chen Zong walked out of the alchemy hall with a smile on his face. My strength is still too weak, but refining inner strength and increasing cultivation can't be done in a short time. Chen Zong thought to himself, if I can cultivate the body tempering art to the 4th level and break through the limits of the human body, it might increase my strength. Last month, he imitated what he did in 7 Lights Martial Academy and sold the Thunderbone Forging Pill formula for the 3rd level of the body tempering art to True Sword Academy's Alchemy Hall. He also provided the detailed refining step. With this, Chen Zong would get 2 Thunderbone Forging Pills for every cauldron of pills. He had to admit that the alchemists of True Sword Academy's Alchemy Hall were very good at talking, even though he didn't know how good their refining skills were. Fortunately, Chen Zong stuck to his bottom line. Otherwise, he would only get 1 Thunderbone Forging Pill per cauldron. After returning to the courtyard, Chen Zong took out the pills. The Thunderbone Forging Pill was silver-white in color. It looked like a metal pill about the size of a lotus seed. It had a great texture and gave off a very unique medicinal fragrance. This time, Chen Zong only obtained 2 Thunderous Bone Forging Pills. After all, the difficulty of refining the Thunderous Bone Forging Pill was far greater than that of the Tiger Leopard Tendons Strengthening Pill. Even if he obtained the detailed refining steps, he still needed time to practice. Let's start cultivating the 3rd level of the body tempering art now. Thinking to himself, Chen Zong swallowed the Thunderbone Forging Pill in his hand. It quickly turned into a warm aura that spread out and adhered to the surface of his bones. Following Chen Zong's movements, the aura gradually spread out and spread over his bones. The Thunderbone Forging Pill was made from thunder grass, silver snake vine, and many other herbs. These 3 herbs were all 9th grade, and the other materials were 7th and 8th grade. So the price of a cauldron of them was extremely high, far higher than the Tiger Leopard Tendon Strengthening Pill. And sound of Thunderbone Forging Pill. Of the sound was of the Bone Forging Pill. Listening carefully, the sound was of the sound. If he listened carefully, the sound of the sound, the sound, the sound, the sound, the sound, the sound of the sound could. Following the sound of the thunder and the vibration of his bones, the Thunder Bone Forging Pill turned into heat and seeped into his bones. Chen Zong immediately felt numb and sore. It was an indescribable discomfort, but he had to endure it. This was the effect of the Thunder Bone Forging Pill on his bones, strengthening them. 1 Thunder Bone Forging Pill lasted for about an hour. When he stopped cultivating, Chen Zong's body was sticky with sweat. He hurriedly washed himself and changed into a spare sword robe. 1 Thunder Bone Forging Pill made me feel that my bones have been strengthened a little. But I wonder how many Thunder Bone Forging Pills I need to complete the 3rd level of the body tempering art? Chen Zong thought to himself. Now that he had consumed 1 pill, he would have to consume the other one the next day. Otherwise, it would only damage his bones. With Yao Jianxing's help, Chen Zong did not get into any trouble. He could focus on cultivating. The cultivation efficiency of a low earth level martial art is still a little low. I feel that my body's potential has not been fully developed. Exhaling, Chen Zong frowned. This feeling was like a small horse pulling a large cart. It was not strong enough to pull it. However, the mysterious sword tip did not respond. He did not have enough sword merit points to exchange for a higher-level martial art at the Sword Martial Tower. He could only make do with what he had. After a month, his inner strength had increased significantly. In terms of cultivation level, he was no longer at the early stage of the first turn of the training realm. He was now at the middle stage. A normal martial artist would need at least a year to cultivate a low earth-level martial art from the early stage of the first turn to the peak stage. After that, it would take a few months to break through. In total, it would take about a year and a half to break through from the early stage of the first turn to the early stage of the second turn. Of course, the disciples of the True Sword Academy could not be compared to normal martial artists. This time would be shortened, but it would still take about a year. It could be said that breaking through to the first turn in a year was the standard speed for the disciples of the 4 academies. The better ones could break through 1 or 2 months earlier. The better ones could break through 3 or 4 months earlier. Chunzong had only been in the True Sword Academy for 2 months. He had only been cultivating the righteous elemental force for less than 2 months. However, he was able to break through from the early stage to the middle stage. This speed was not slow at all. A small increase in his cultivation level was not only an increase in quantity, but also a slight increase in the purity of the energy. The power of the energy was also slightly increased. The Severing Wind sword technique had the most obvious improvement. The first 10 moves were more refined. The 11th move, Silent Wind Chant, had also been cultivated to perfection. The 12th move had also been cultivated to the initial stage. As for the 13th move, he had not even started yet. The first to 10th moves of the Severing Wind 13 swords were the basic. The 11th and 12th moves were the ultimate move. However, the 13th move was known as the ultimate move. Ultimate moves and ultimate moves were different. There was a clear difference between the two. In order to cultivate the 13th move, Chunzong estimated that he would have to cultivate the 11th and 12th moves to perfection. It was worth mentioning that after cultivating the 3rd stage of the body forging technique, Chunzong could clearly feel that his bones had become much stronger. Even his body was indirectly strengthened. This time, there was still someone who came to challenge Chunzong. It was another disciple who had gone through the second turn of the Qi refining realm. Being able to enter the True Sword Academy meant that one was an elite. With the resources and training environment of the True Sword Academy, one would naturally improve greatly. The elders of the True Sword Academy would give a public lecture once a month. All official disciples were allowed to attend. Chunzong had been there twice and had learned a lot. While others had improved, Chunzong had also improved. The disciple who had gone through the second turn of the Qi refining realm was cleanly defeated by Chunzong. Looks like it's impossible to defeat him without reaching the third turn of the Qi refining realm. This was the consensus of the current batch of disciples after seeing Chunzong's strength. I wonder who is more powerful between him and Lin Tianyu? After experiencing 2 challenges, Lin Tianyu easily defeated his opponent. His strength was clearly much stronger compared to before, which was why the crowd had such questions. As for the others, they had also improved, but their improvements weren't as obvious as Chunzong and Lin Tianyu. Gradually, Chunzong and Lin Tianyu became known as the twin absolute geniuses. When Chunzong heard this, he did not feel excited or happy. As he cultivated and gained more knowledge, he understood that fame could bring benefits, but it could also bring trouble. Especially some false fame that did not bring any benefit. The most important thing was one's own strength. After finishing cultivating the positive Yuan force, Chunzong felt helpless. My cultivation speed is too slow. If only I could get a more advanced technique. Thinking about it this way, he felt somewhat helpless. A mid-grade Earth-tier cultivation technique required 500 sword merit points to exchange for, and with the title of 7 Rising Stars, he could only earn 20 sword merit points every month. He would need at least 25 months to accumulate enough sword merit points. Unfortunately, the Academy had not released any missions that could earn him sword points recently. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chen Zong had been in the Academy for 3 months. With the help of the Thunder Bone Forging Pill, his bones had been strengthened significantly, but he was still a distance away from the iron bones. His cultivation was still at the mid-level of the first turn of the training realm, but it had improved. In the courtyard, there was an iron pillar as thick as a person's thigh. It was made of precious iron, and the cost of one pillar was 30,000 white jade coins. The Academy would give the disciples 5 pillars for free. After that, they would have to pay for the rest. The iron pillar in front of him was the third one. It was replaced the day before yesterday, and there were a few sword marks on it. Now, let's see how powerful the Severing Wind sword art is, Chen Zong thought to himself. His eyes became extremely sharp, like a sword out of its scabbard. He activated his positive yuan force, and the wind around him seemed to have stopped. He drew his sword. The sword light was like autumn water as it streaked across the air. The ripples were like water as it blocked the attack. As it trembled, it instantly split into 13 rays. Every single one of them was incomparably fierce, and carried the determination to pierce and cut through everything. They all stabbed towards the iron treasure pillar. The Severing Wind 13 strikes. The last move of the Severing Wind sword art, which was also the killer move, was called this. The sword light dissipated, and 13 sword holes appeared on the iron pillar. They were arranged in an irregular pattern, and the depth of each hole was the same, as if they had been carefully measured. The hardness of the iron pillar was incomparable to that of the refined iron pillar. Moreover, Chen Zong was using the ceremonial sword. The tip of the sword was not sharp, but it was enough to show the strength of his inner force and the power of the Severing Wind 13 strikes. The power of the entry level is already comparable to the 12th move of the completion level. If I can cultivate it to the completion level, the power will be even more terrifying. Chen Zong thought to himself. His eyes were shining. At the same time, this move consumed a lot of inner force. Time flew, and half a year had passed. Every month, Chen Zong would be challenged, but every time, he would be able to defeat his opponent and maintain the honor of being one of the 7 rising stars. Lin Tianyu was the same. However, the other 5 had been replaced more than once. Unknowingly, the name of the genius duo had become even more famous. I've finally reached the peak of rank 1. Chen Zong opened his eyes, and the breath he exhaled was like an arrow. After adjusting his breath, Chen Zong took out a thunder bone conditioning pill and swallowed it. He began to cultivate the 3rd level of the bodybuilding exercise. After 5 months of cultivation, with the support of the thunder bone conditioning pill, the effect of cultivating the 3rd level of the bodybuilding exercise was very obvious. An hour later, the medicinal effects of the thunderous bone forging pill had been completely absorbed. The seamless body was able to bring out the pill's effects to the extreme. Bursts of thunder sounded from all the bones in his body, and it became clearer and clearer. His whole body could not help but tremble. His bones felt numb, as if countless ants were crawling up and down. It lasted for a while before it stopped. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his bones had become stronger, as if they were made of iron. This feeling. Have I already cultivated the 3rd level of the bodybuilding exercise? Chen Zong was pleasantly surprised. Cultivating the 3rd level of the bodybuilding exercise meant that he had achieved the iron bones. Copper skin, reinforced steel bones, and iron bones. Perhaps there was still a gap between them and real copper and steel, but it was definitely better than other warriors of the same level. In terms of strength, it was estimated that it could be compared to a monster. However, it was limited by the limits of the human body, and its strength and speed could not be improved. Chapter 161. After half a year, the Real Sword Academy finally released a mission again. Many official disciples gathered in the mission hall, looking at the white paper on the mission board. The Real Sword Academy usually didn't release missions, but once it did, there would be more than 20 missions. Some of them were about collecting herbs, but there was a limit on the number of people who could take them. The missions here were divided into low, medium, and high level. The difference in level was not only the difference in reward, but also the difference in difficulty. For example, low-level missions were not dangerous, medium-level missions were dangerous, and high-level missions were very dangerous. Among the 20 missions, only 3 were high-level missions, 7 were medium-level missions, and the rest were all low-level missions. When Chernzong arrived, all the low-level missions had been taken, and only one of the medium-level missions was left, but it was also taken quickly. Finally, there were 3 high-level missions. For the disciples of the Real Sword Academy, sometimes they could only take 1 or 2 months to get a mission to earn sword merit points, but sometimes they had to wait even longer. Like this time, they had to wait for half a year. Once the mission came out, they were surrounded by wolves. The low-level missions were taken immediately, and the medium-level missions were the same. If it weren't for the high-level missions being too dangerous, they would have been taken already. Chernzong quickly scanned through the missions. There were 3 high-level missions. The first one was to kill the Golden Flame Lion, which was a high-level 3 beast. It was also very powerful among the high-level 3 beasts. Normal cultivators in the 3rd transformation of the Force Refining Realm were no match for it. Even elites could die if they were not careful. In addition, there were other beasts in the Golden Flame Lion's habitat. Therefore, if they took this mission, they would not only have to face the Golden Flame Lion, but also other beasts and other dangers along the way. The second high-level mission was to kill Hua Qianli, a perverted martial artist in the 3rd transformation of the Force Refining Realm who had raped countless young women. The 3rd high-level mission was to eliminate the Black Blade Stockade. The Black Blade Stockade was a bandit stockade that had recently risen. They specialized in robbing with cruel methods and never left anyone alive. According to the Academy's investigation, the stockade leader, Black Blade, was in the 3rd transformation of the Force Refining Realm. The 2 deputy stockade leaders were in the 2nd transformation of the Force Refining Realm. The stockade also had 8 warriors in the 1st transformation of the Force Refining Realm. In addition, there were hundreds of bandits in the Qi Refining Realm. I'll take this mission. Chernzong glanced at the list and immediately chose the 3rd mission, which was to eradicate the Black Blade Stockade. Compared to the other 2 high-level missions, the mission of eradicating the Black Blade Stockade would save him a lot of time and give him more room to perform. After all, the first mission was to hunt the Golden Flame Lion. The journey was relatively long, and they would encounter many demonic beasts. The second mission was to hunt Hua Qianli down and give him a general location. However, Hua Qianli was a human and could leave at any time. After completing this quest, he would be rewarded with 1,500 sword merit points. If the 5 of them split it equally, each of them would receive 300 sword merit points. There was a limit to the number of slots for this mission. There were a total of 5 slots, and it warned those below the 2nd transition of the Qi Refining Realm not to accept it. Chernzong acted quickly and immediately uncovered the last mission list. What? He actually dares to accept such a mission? You're only at the 1st cycle of the state of training. You're courting death. You guys are wrong. His cultivation level is not high, but his strength is not low. Even a normal 2nd transition of the Qi refining stage is not his match. After all, it was a fact that Chernzong had defeated many 2nd transition warriors of the state of training in the past 6 months. So what if he's at the 2nd transition of the state of training? It's a high-level mission. If he dares to accept it without the cultivation of the 3rd transition of the state of training, he's courting death. Chernzong, you'd better give me the mission list. Otherwise, with your strength, you'll only die if you go to the Black Blade Stockade. Zhu Hu wanted to accept the mission, but he was a little slow. He walked in front of Chernzong and directly reached out to grab the mission list in Chernzong's hand as he spoke coldly. Chernzong's arm shook, causing Zhu Hu to grab empty air. I can give it to you as long as you pay enough sword merit points, Chernzong said. This was the truth. After all, his goal was to earn as many sword merit points as possible and then exchange them for a medium-level skill manual. Otherwise, the cultivation speed of a low-level skill manual would be too slow. As for a high-level skill manual, Chernzong did not dare to think about it at the moment. After all, each skill manual required more than 1,000 sword merit points. He did not know when he would be able to accumulate that many sword merit points. Okay, give me the mission list first. Later, follow me to the Sword Merit Hall. I'll transfer 10 sword merit points to you. Zhu Hu sneered. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? 300 sword merit points, Chernzong said unhurriedly. Of course, Zhu Hu would not take out 300 sword merit points to exchange for the mission list. He stared at Chernzong with a gloomy face as if he wanted to eat Chernzong alive. Chernzong, are you sure you want to take this mission? Ma Shifeng, who was ranked 15th on the Iron Sword ranking, frowned. Your strength is not bad, but at most, you're at the second turn of the Qi refining realm, not the third turn. This mission will be dangerous. I advise you to transfer the mission list to someone else. Otherwise, I won't have the extra energy to take care of you. No need, senior brother Ma. Chernzong said, I'll take care of myself. Iron Bone Cheng's cultivation had reached the peak of the first turn of the Qi refining realm. His Severing Wind swordsmanship had also improved greatly. Now, even if he could not defeat someone at the third turn of the Qi refining realm, he could at least protect himself. Chernzong, senior brother Ma has good intentions. What's with your attitude? Zhou Hai frowned and shouted coldly at Chernzong. He had also taken the mission to eradicate the Black Blade Stockade and was ranked 28th on the Iron Sword ranking. This mission had a limit of 5 people. They had to gather and set off together. The other 2 people were not on the Iron Sword ranking, but they were also at the third turn of the Qi refining realm. They scolded Chernzong one after another. Chernzong, you're too shameless. You want to get 300 sword merit points just by relying on us. That's right. With your cultivation at the first turn of the Qi refining realm, not only will you not be of any help, you might even drag us down. However, these 4 people were not from the Lu sect. They were from the Ning sect and the Mo sect. Oh, Chernzong's plan is really good. If I had known, I would have done it first. 300 sword merit points. Everyone in the surroundings revealed an expression of sudden realization, as if they understood Chernzong's sinister intentions. I've already said that I don't need your protection. Chernzong frowned slightly and emphasized, besides, if I don't contribute to this mission, I won't take any sword merit points. If that's the case, then you're on your own. Ma Shifeng's tone was cold. He did not try to persuade him anymore. But when the time comes, don't get in our way. Chernzong was about to pack up when he saw He Tailin on his way back to the courtyard. Senior brother Chernzong called out. He Tailin's body trembled. He turned his head to look at Chernzong with difficulty and smiled stiffly. Oh, Chen Shitty. Long time no see. I still have something important to take care of, so I'll take my leave first. Talk to you later. As soon as he finished speaking, He Tailin suddenly sped up and ran. In the blink of an eye, he was out of Chernzong's line of sight. Chernzong was speechless. Fine, I've finally seen through your character. Shaking his head, Chernzong put this thought aside. Although it was a pity that he could not get 250 sword merit points, it was worth it to see through a person's character. Fortunately, His previous definition of He Tailin was that he could make friends with him, but not friends. Chen Zong put on his sword robe and brought some food. He did not forget to change his ceremonial sword to the fake frost stream sword. After all, the ceremonial sword was only suitable to be used in the academy. It was inevitable that the sword would not be sharp enough to kill enemies in the outside world. Ma Shifeng and Zhou Hai set off in a team. Chen Zong followed them, but kept a certain distance. When the time came to kill the 8 Vajras, the 2 deputy chiefs, and the head of the Black Blade Stockade, they had to obtain relevant evidence, such as their heads or weapons, and bring them back to the academy. Especially the black blade of the head of the Black Blade Stockade. Only then could they obtain sword merit point. Chen Zong, I think you'd better go back. With your strength, you won't get any sword merit point. It's a waste of time. After a while, when they were about to walk out of the academy, Zhou Hai looked back and said to Chen Zong. It sounded like advice, but in fact, it was a sarcastic remark. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Zong was still neither fast nor slow. Zhou Hai was infuriated when he saw how stubborn he was. Forget it. If you want to follow, then follow. I'll just take it as an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Ma Shifeng said. He was ranked 15th on the Iron Sword list. He was extremely powerful and had completed more than 1 or 2 high-level missions. Naturally, he would not take this mission of eradicating the Black Blade Stockade too seriously. However, the last 1,500 sword merit points would be divided equally among the 4 of them. Chen Zong would not get any. After leaving the True Sword Academy, Ma Shifeng and the other 3 used their body movements to hurry on their way. Their bodies were light and their speed was extremely fast. They were not inferior to the Red Flame Horse at all. This was under the condition that they were holding back. Otherwise, they would be even faster if they ran at full speed. Of course, if they ran like that, their endurance would not be as good as the Red Flame Horse. As for the Red Flame Horse, which had the bloodline of demonic beasts, there were at least 1,000,000 of them. The True Sword Academy had them, but most of the official disciples were not qualified to ride them. After a while, that guy, he won't lose us, right? Zhou Hai suddenly said. When he looked back, his eyes widened. Chen Zong was following them at a leisurely pace. He was not left behind, nor was he close to them. His whole body looked very light and calm. Oh, he's quite good. Ma Shifeng also looked back and said casually. Even so, Chen Zong still could not make him look at him directly. Senior brother Ma, senior brother Zhou, why don't we speed up? The other 2 third transition warriors said immediately. They were very unhappy. Okay, then let's speed up. Ma Shifeng said. Suddenly, their speed increased. Zhou Hai was very happy. As soon as Ma Shifeng finished speaking, he also sped up. The other 2 third transition warriors also sped up. Chen Zong was using the riding the wind and water treading. After breaking through to the Qi training realm, Chen Zong realized that he could not use his inner strength to use the Sword of Skylight and Cloud Shadow, the flashing Thunderblade, and the riding the wind and water treading. Without a doubt, this was a great loss. Although his Qi and blood force and body strength could still use the realm of truth, as his cultivation increased, they would gradually fall behind. Inner strength was refined from physical strength and Qi and blood force. It was equivalent to the essence of the combination of the 2. Since that was the case, why couldn't he use inner strength to replace physical strength and Qi and blood force to display the true realm? Chapter 162. The speed of riding the wind and treading on water was not slow. It allowed Chen Zong, who was only in the first turn of the Qi refining realm, to display the speed of an ordinary second turn of the Qi refining realm martial artist in the lower class of the earth level. However, compared with the third turn of the Qi refining realm, there was still a big gap. Gradually, the figures of Ma Shifeng and the other 3 turned into small black dots in front of Chen Zong and disappeared. It was not that Chen Zong did not want to catch up with them, but his speed was limited by the restriction of his cultivation. I must exchange for a more advanced cultivation method as soon as possible, Chen Zong said to himself. The higher the level of the technique, the faster the cultivation speed, the faster the recovery of the inner strength. The inner strength cultivated would also be more vigorous and pure. It would also be easier to break through the bottleneck. All in all, a high-level technique had many benefits. Of course, the more advanced the cultivation method, the more difficult it would be to comprehend and cultivate. Only by mastering the cultivation method could one gain all kinds of benefit. Not all warriors were suitable to cultivate advanced cultivation methods. The Black Saber Stockade was located on a nameless mountain in Mount Fulong. The mountain was more than 600 meters high. Because of the Black Saber Stockade, it was named Black Saber Mountain. Its shape looked like a thick black saber embryo. When Chen Zong arrived, he saw a ground full of bodies with sword wounds. They should be the Black Saber Stockade's minions who were killed by Ma Shifeng and the other three. Hurry up! Chen Zong rushed to the Black Saber Mountain. If the Black Saber Stockade was wiped out, he would not get any sword merit point. It would be a waste of time. When he was halfway up the mountain, he saw a black figure rushing down from the mountain. It was as fast as lightning, but it looked a little panicked. Chen Zong saw it clearly with his outstanding eyesight. It was a skinny middle-aged man with dark skin. He was also wearing a short black robe. His face was slightly pale, and he held a black machete in his right hand. There was a sawtooth on the back of the machete, which was very distinctive. Black Saber. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. According to the description of the mission, this person was most likely the chief of the Black Saber Stockade, Black Saber. He was also the most important target of this mission. Could it be that Black Blade is no match for Ma Shifeng and the other three, so he took the opportunity to escape? Chen Zong's guess was very accurate. Ma Shifeng and the other three relied on their powerful strength to kill their way into the Black Blade Stockade. The Stockade Master, Black Blade, the 2 Deputy Stockade Masters, and the 8 Great Guardian Warriors naturally came to deal with them. However, the disciples of the Real Sword Academy were indeed very powerful, especially Zhou Hai and Ma Shifeng, who were ranked on the Iron Sword ranking. As soon as they made contact, one of the vice-chief was killed, and 4 of the 8 guardian deities were killed as well. Seeing that the situation was not right, Black Blade rushed out, but Ma Shifeng's sword hit his back. He managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, but he was still badly injured. Fortunately, when he rushed out, he had activated the mechanism in the stronghold. For a moment, he was able to delay the 4 people and buy himself some time to escape. There's actually another one. Black Knife also saw Chen Zong climbing up the mountain. At first, he was shocked, then his face became fierce. No matter what, he had to rush down the mountain to escape. Otherwise, he would die. Die! Black Blade raised the strange black scimitar in his hand. His inner strength was surging, and he slashed out fiercely. It was extremely fast, like a black crescent moon. It immediately brought Chen Zong great pressure. He moved his feet and moved in all directions, avoiding Black Blade's attack. Haha, so it's only the first rotation of the Force Training Realm. Go to hell. When Chen Zong performed the 4 extreme steps, his inner strength was activated, and a trace of aura was naturally released. It was immediately sensed by Black Blade, who had experienced hundreds of battles. He sneered and was full of killing intent. It was fine if the 4 disciples of the Real Sword Academy, who were in the 3rd rotation of the Force Training Realm, came to kill him. He was no match for them, so he could only admit defeat and run. However, even a disciple in the 1st rotation of the Force Training Realm came. They clearly did not take him seriously. However, Black Blade was also worried about the other 4 disciples of the Real Sword Academy, so he wanted to end this quickly. Black Blade 8 cuts. The black scimitar emitted a shocking black blade light, and it instantly slashed towards Chen Zong. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 slashes coming from all directions. Each slash contained a terrifying power that could kill a disciple in the 3rd rotation of the Force Training Realm. This move was Black Blade's ultimate move. Once it was used, it immediately cut off the opponent's escape route. He could only take it head-on. Black Blade knew that Chen Zong was only in the 1st rotation of the Force Training Realm, so he did not want to be entangled with him. He was afraid that the other 4 would catch up. He also believed that Chen Zong, who was only in the 1st rotation of the Force Training Realm, would not be able to block his ultimate move. Chen Zong would not take it head-on, and it would be difficult for him to dodge. However, that did not mean that he was helpless. He had already practiced up to the 13th move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. He had already mastered the mysteries of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. Cut off. The Severing Wind swordsmanship was only a superficial move. Cutting off the opponent's attack was the real mystery. Of course, not all attacks could be cut off. There was a limit to everything. If the attack was too much beyond one's strength, one would not be able to shake it off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong put his mind, eyes, and hands together and stabbed 10 times at the same place. These 10 swords were the first to the 10th move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. They looked orderly and had a very unique charm. Under the 10 swords, the connection between the 2 black blade lights was immediately broken. Chen Zong took a step forward and shuttled through the gap like a gust of wind. He was unscathed. The fake frost sword shook, and the sword light cut through the air like snow and frost, rippling the water. Severing Wind 13 strikes. The first move was the ultimate move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. It was the most powerful move. 13 sword lights pierced through the air, making a sharp sound. The 8 strikes of the Black Blade were very powerful. Black Blade thought that he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. However, not only did his opponent successfully escape, he was also unscathed. What's more, he displayed a terrifying swordsmanship. The 13 sword lights were so sharp that he felt like his whole body was covered by them. Don't even think about it. With a roar, Black Blade waved, and the Black Blade light covered his whole body. Under the full attack, the sword wound on his back was affected. It was very painful, but Black Blade's expression did not change. This kind of injury was completely bearable for him, who had experienced hundreds of battles. However, the 13 extremely sharp sword lights disappeared after a flicker. It was actually a feint. By the time Black Saber reacted, the Black Saber light was about to converge into one and attack with all its might. However, Black Saber suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Without hesitation, Black Saber immediately retreated. A sword light suddenly appeared and bloomed in front of him. It was Chen Zong's sword. It was the first move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship, the Silent Wind chant. If it was a second turn of the Qi refining realm, he would have died under this move. Go after him! We can't let him escape. He's the key to this mission. The voices of Zhou Hai and the others came closer and closer. Black Blade knew it was the 4 disciples of the Real Sword Academy who were approaching. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Black Blade threatened Chen Zong. Chen Zong's answer was to draw his sword. The frost-like sword light covered the surroundings and stabbed at Black Blade. Every sword light gave Black Blade the feeling that his escape route had been cut off. Go to hell. Black Blade was furious. He directly used the Black Blade swordsmanship's killer move. His inner force was turbulent. The Black Blade light suddenly expanded and became a black blade more than a meter long. It slashed out fiercely. Wherever it passed, it seemed like even a mountain would be split open. So powerful! Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. This blade made him feel the threat of death. However, this saber was extremely fast and carried a very terrifying saber pressure. Before the saber light arrived, the saber pressure made Chen Zong feel suffocated. It was as if his entire body was about to be split in half by the terrifying saber pressure and then crushed. His entire body was very oppressive, and the air seemed to have condensed into mountain rock. Even the other third turn of the Chi refining realm cultivators would not dare to say that they could withstand such a blade. Under the pressure of life and death, the positive elemental force was activated at an astonishing speed. It was faster than before. In his mind, all kinds of mysteries emerged. They were all enlightenment. Pure yang qi and blood surged and his physique shook. Immediately, the pure yang qi, blood, and physique combined with his inner force burst out. Extreme Flash Thunder Sword. Following his enlightenment, Chun Zong swung his sword. This sword was extremely powerful. It was like a thunderbolt that tore the sky apart and destroyed all obstacles. Under the bright lightning, the black blade light stopped as soon as it touched. Time seemed to have frozen. It felt like a long time had passed, but also like a moment. The black blade light shattered, and so did the lightning sword light. Black blade kept retreating. Chun Zong could not stop himself from retreating. However, as Chun Zong retreated, his footsteps crisscrossed and performed the 8 directions 4-pole step. As if retreating was a way to advance, he put his mind, eyes, and hands together and stabbed Black Blade with his sword. Unable to dodge, Black Blade raised his scimitar to defend himself. However, he was one step too late. Chen Zong's sword pierced through his heart. "You go to hell too." Black Blade was stunned at first. His face was filled with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that he would be killed by a first turn of the Qi refining realm martial artist. However, a third turn of the Qi refining realm martial artist had a strong vitality. Even if his heart was pierced, he would not die instantly. Before his death, Black Blade ferociously slashed towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. At the same time, he waved his sword to defend himself. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered internal injuries. He had used up almost all of his inner strength to perform the flashing thunder-slaying sword at the last moment of danger. Then, he performed the 8-directional 4-extremities steps to stab with his sword. His inner strength was completely depleted. Black Saber's counterattack before his death had immediately injured him. However, under the leakless body, his self-healing ability had been greatly enhanced. Chen Zong quickly took out a strength recovery pill that he had exchanged for. It was the same price as the Qi refining pill. It cost 10 sword merit points. Black Blade fell to the ground and died. Chen Zong immediately put away his black scimitar. Then, he quickly searched Black Blade's clothes and found a stack of notes, a secret manual, and a bottle of pills. These were not required to be handed over. They were Chen Zong's spoils of war. However, when Chen Zong searched for the spoils of war, Ma Shifeng and the other 3 had almost arrived. They just happened to see this scene. "Stop!" Zhou Hai immediately shouted. "Chen Zong, those things are not for you to take." Chen Zong just glanced at him indifferently and put the spoils of war into his clothes. Previously, Ma Shifeng and the other 3 had made it clear that they would not let him get the sword merit point. Since that was the case, it was only natural that he killed Black Blade and kept the spoils of war. Chapter 163. Chen Zong, you'd better give it to us. The other 2 third rotation disciples also stared coldly at Chen Zong, their tone full of threat. "You killed the 2 vice chiefs and the 8 guardian warriors, right? The Black Blade stockade should have been taken by you as well. Take it out and share it equally." Chen Zong said calmly. "Equally?" Zhou Hai sneered. "We killed the vice chiefs and the 8 guardian warriors. You have the right to share the loot with us." "I killed Black Blade. What right do you have to ask me to hand over the loot?" Chen Zong immediately retorted, leaving Zhou Hai and the others speechless. As he spoke, his physical strength, qi, and blood force recovered a lot, as did his internal force. Ma Shifeng didn't say anything. He just stared at Chen Zong with sharp eyes. Chen Zong looked back at him without fear. Well, since Chen Shidi killed Blackblade, the loot belongs to Chen Shidi. Take the mission items. When we return to the academy, Chen Shidi will also get 300 sword merit. Ma Shifeng made the final conclusion. Well, since senior brother Ma said so, you're in luck. Although the 2/3 rotation disciples were unhappy, they didn't insist. Senior brother Ma, if you didn't severely injure Blackblade, Chen Shidi wouldn't have had the chance to kill him. Zhou Hai's cold eyes fell on Chen Zong's face. They didn't know that although Blackblade was injured, he wasn't seriously injured. It was mainly Chen Zong's ability that killed him. Well, since Chen Shidi was able to kill Blackblade, it proves that he's extraordinary. It's decided. Ma Shifeng emphasized again. Zhou Hai didn't speak again, but his eyes were cold and sharp as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Zhou Hai looked at Chen Zong coldly. With Ma Shifeng as the leader, the four turned around and were about to leave. The extermination of the Black Saber stronghold this time might have been dangerous for other cultivators. However, to Ma Shifeng and the others, it was nothing. They were unharmed, only delayed for some time. After this small episode, Chen Zong did not hurry on with his journey. Instead, he tried his best to recover his strength. Chen Shidi, why haven't you left yet? Zhou Hai turned his head and looked at Chen Zong. He actually sat down cross-legged and frowned. His voice was filled with impatience. We'll leave after we recover our strength, Chen Zong replied casually. Wait for Chen Shidi before we leave, Ma Shifeng said. Although the other three were unhappy, they still followed Ma Shifeng's lead. His physical strength was fully recovered, and so was his pure yang blood qi. Under the circulation of the positive yuan force, his inner force was quickly restored. The Black Saber was in Chen Zong's hands. It was the most important item of the mission. Of course, they could try to steal it, but it would create a grudge. It was unwise to create a grudge with a talented cultivator like Chen Zong, unless they killed Chen Zong. First of all, there was no need to kill Chen Zong. After all, they were all disciples of the real Sword Academy. There was no grudge between them to the point where they had to kill each other. Second of all, they did not dare to do so. Chen Zong was one of the 7 rising stars. The Academy had registered him for this mission. If he died, the Academy would definitely investigate. Half an hour passed. Ma Shifeng's expression did not change, but Zhou Hai and the other two were obviously getting more impatient. Chen Zong, are you done or not? Zhou Hai asked directly. Chen Zong did not reply. He was still circulating the positive yuan force to recover his inner force. The recovery speed of a low-class Earth Realm technique was too slow, even though he had reached the 2nd level. Another half an hour passed. Ma Shifeng frowned and began to feel impatient. Although he had injured the Black Saber with his sword, the Black Saber had escaped. Chen Zong was able to intercept and kill the Black Saber. Even though he was injured and exhausted, he did not care what methods he used. This was enough to show that Chen Zong was not ordinary. He was talented and had methods. Given some time, he would definitely be able to grow. It would not be difficult for him to enter the Metal Sword ranking. He might even be qualified to enter the top of the Metal Sword ranking and challenge the 7 Sword Stars. Because of this, Ma Shifeng did not want to create a grudge with Chen Zong. However, as the 15th on the Metal Sword ranking, waiting for Chen Zong for an hour was already giving him a lot of face. At that instant, Chen Zong's figure shuddered violently as a powerful aura was emitted from his body, which startled Ma Shifeng and the others. This energy! Breakthrough! 2nd transformation of the Qi refining realm. Ma Shifeng and the other 3 were shocked. This Chen Zong has only been in the Real Sword Academy for half a year, right? In half a year, he broke through from the 1st transformation of the Qi refining realm to the 2nd transformation of the Qi refining realm. No, I remember that when he entered the Real Sword Academy, He was only in the qi and blood realm. After a few words, Ma Shifeng and the other three looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Senior brother Ma, I remember that in the history of the Real Sword Academy, there has never been anyone who broke through from the Qi and Blood realm to the first transformation of the Qi refining realm and then to the second transformation of the Qi refining realm in half a year. Zhou Hai's voice was dry. I didn't know about this before, but in the past 10 years, it has indeed never happened. Ma Shifeng's voice was also dry. Even among the 7 sword sons, Ling Jianzi, who has the highest cultivation talent, took half a year to break through from the first transformation of the Qi refining realm to the second transformation of the Qi refining realm. As for the other 2 disciples who had undergone the third transformation of the Qi refining realm, they were completely speechless. They were now in a state of regret. Was their attitude towards Chen Zong too terrible? This was a genius who was not inferior to the 7 sword stars at all. He might even be one of the next 7 sword stars. His future was limitless. As for the 7 sword sons that Ma Shifeng mentioned, they were existences that were above the 7 sword stars. They were the 7 strongest disciples of the Real Sword Academy. Could it be that Chen Zong not only had a chance to reach the level of the 7 sword stars, but could also be comparable to the 7 sword sons? Don't be nervous. Qin Shidi might be able to reach the level of the 7 sword stars, but the 7 sword sons. Ma Shifeng calmed down and said. He shook his head. What he meant was that Chen Zong would not be able to reach the level of the 7 sword sons. However, even the 7 sword stars were completely superior to them. The breakthrough in cultivation was beyond Chen Zong's expectations. According to his estimation, it would take him at least 2 months to cultivate with the positive origin force. He did not expect that under the pressure of life and death, he would be able to use the flashing thunder sword art and successfully integrate his inner force into it. This allowed him to break through in one go. A lot of luck played a part in this. In fact, this was also closely related to Chen Zong's pure inner force. If it had been someone else at the peak of the first cycle of the force training realm, they might not have been able to do it. Another hour passed. This time, Ma Shifeng and the other 3 did not feel impatient. They were not idiot. Those who could enter the Real Sword Academy were all elites, and they were not stupid either. Towards someone who had a chance to reach the level of the 7 sword stars, they would try their best to befriend him. They would not make him their enemy. The aura that belonged to the early stage of the second cycle of the force training realm spread out from Chen Zong's body. Then, it was restrained and could not be sensed at all. Chen Zong opened his eyes, and they shone brightly. Congratulations, Chen Shidi, for your breakthrough. Ma Shifeng was the first to speak with a smile. His attitude was completely different from before. It was much better. Congratulations, Chen Shidi. Zhou Hai and the other 2 also smiled. Thank you, senior brothers. Chen Zong was slightly startled at first, but after thinking for a while, he vaguely understood the reason for the change in attitude. He stood up and clasped his hands with a smile. Since junior brother has recovered and broken through, let's go back to the academy, Ma Shifeng said again, with a tone of negotiation. As you wish, senior brother Ma. Chen Zong smiled. If you respect me, I will respect you. Going back was obviously different from when they came. After returning to the Real Sword Academy, they went straight to the mission hall to hand in the mission. It's senior brother Ma Shifeng and the others. It seems that they have completed the high-level mission of eradicating the Black Blade Stockade. The stockade leader of the Black Blade Stockade is only at the 3rd cycle of the Force Training Realm. How could he be a match for senior brother Ma? There was a lot of discussion. The 5 of them took out their mission items. Chen Zong took out a strange-looking black scimitar. It was the weapon of the stockade leader, Black Blade. How could it be Chen Zong who took out the Black Blade? Did he kill Black Blade? Impossible. How could a man at the first cycle of the Force training realm kill Blackblade? In the mission hall, the disciples' voices were full of disbelief. Chen Zong wouldn't explain, Ma Shifeng wouldn't explain, and Zhou Hai and the other two wouldn't explain either. No matter what, the mission was completed. The 1,500 sword points would be divided equally among the 5 of them. Each of them would get 300 sword points. I have more than 300 sword points now. I still need more than 100 sword points to exchange for a mid-class Earth-level skill, Chen Zong said to himself as he walked out of the mission hall. Chen Shitty, if there's a suitable mission next time, we'll work together. Ma Shifeng smiled. Okay. Chen Zong nodded. Senior brothers, goodbye. After returning to the courtyard, Chen Zong took out his trophies. He didn't have time to check them carefully before. There were 5 pills in a bottle. 2 of them were force training pills, and 3 were force recovery pills. If exchanged in the real Sword Academy, it would cost 50 sword points, which was quite good. The second spoil of war was a book, a secret manual. Black Blade Technique. This was the blade technique practiced by the leader of the Black Blade Gang. It was a low-class Earth-level blade technique. After reading it carefully, Chen Zong found that this blade technique was very powerful. It was one of the best among the low-class Earth-level blade techniques, but it wasn't suitable for Chen Zong to practice. However, he could use it to see if he could comprehend the essence of it and integrate it into his own sword technique. Learning from the strong points to make up for the weak points was the best way. The third item was, of course, money note. It was out of Chen Zong's expectation. Every single one of them was purple in color, representing the face value of 100,000 white jade coins. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them, with a total of 50 of them. In other words, these banknotes were worth a total of 5 million white jade coins. 5 million white jade coins. Including what I have a total of 8 million white jade coins. Chen Zong was overjoyed. In the academy, white jade coins weren't very useful, but it didn't mean that they were useless. There seems to be no black blade technique in the Sword Martial Tower. Maybe I can offer it and exchange it for sword points. Also, I've reached the 3rd level of the body forging technique, so I don't need the Thunderbone forging pill. Let's see if I can exchange it for sword points. Chapter 164. The Sword Martial Tower did not record the Black Blade Saber art. Therefore, after exchanging 150 sword merit points, Chen Zong had more than 500 sword merit points in total. Aside from that, the Thunderbone tempering pellet could be exchanged for sword merit points, and each pellet was worth 20 sword merit points. On average, Chen Zong could get 20 pellets every month, which was 400 sword merit points. Time flew by. Another month had passed since the mission of eliminating the Black Saber Stockade was completed. During this month, Chen Zong still practiced diligently as usual. However, after reaching the second transformation of the Qi refining realm, the speed of improvement was even slower. During this month, the Academy did not release any missions, so he could not obtain more sword merit points. I finally accumulated 1,000 sword merit points. Chen Zong was overjoyed and immediately went to the Sword Martial Tower. The exchange for the Earth-level lower-class technique required 250 sword merit points, the Earth-level medium-class technique required 500 sword merit points, and the Earth-level upper-class technique required 1,000 sword merit points. Among the disciples of the previous batch, most of them only practiced the Earth-level medium-class technique. They lacked sword merit points. For example, Chen Zong could obtain 20 sword merit points each month during the 7 rising stars. With the Thunderbone forging pill, he could accumulate 1,000 sword merit points in less than a year. The 5th level of the Sword Martial Tower contained Earth-level upper-grade cultivation techniques and Earth-level upper-grade martial art. Chen Zong's goal was to exchange for an Earth-level upper-class technique, so that he could practice better. There were not many Earth-tier superior-grade cultivation techniques on the 5th floor of the Sword Martial Tower. There were a total of 21 of them. After careful selection, Chen Zong chose a cultivation technique called the Great Primordial Force. He also took a look at the other sword techniques and other martial arts to broaden his horizons. There were 4 levels to the Great Mixed Essence Force. It was similar to the Positive Essence Force. The inner strength cultivated from the Great Mixed Essence Force was strong and suitable for any martial art. On the 2nd floor of the tower, Chen Zong spent half a day carefully comprehending the mysteries of the Great Mixed Essence Force. After mastering the 1st and 2nd levels, he began to practice. In 3 hours, he had mastered the 1st level of the Great Mixed Primordial Force, and his Positive Primordial Force had transformed into the Great Mixed Primordial Force. The quantity hasn't increased or decreased, but the purity has increased by 10%. Chen Zong came to this conclusion after a careful examination. He continued to cultivate the 2nd level of the Great Mixed Essence Force. After spending nearly a day, Chen Zong had mastered the 2nd level of the Great Primeval Chaos Force. His cultivation had not improved, but the quantity of his internal strength had increased by about 30%, and its purity had also increased by about 20%. Silent Wind Chant. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the sword light seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blended into the air. There was no sound. Immediately, a sword mark appeared on the precious iron pillar. The sword mark was straight and delicate. It was hard to imagine that it was made by the ceremonial sword. Silent Wind Chant has reached the minute subtlety realm, and its power has increased by a lot. The 2nd layer of Mixed Yuan Force has also increased the power of the sword technique. The cultivation of the 3rd stage of the Primordial Chaos Force was more difficult than he had imagined. After another 20 days, Chen Zong had finally mastered the 3rd level of the Great Primeval Chaos Force. His internal strength had increased by 30%, and its purity had increased by another 30%. In other words, it should not be that the purity had increased, but that the potential had been developed. The internal strength refined by the leakless body should have been very pure. Limited by the cultivation method, only a small part of it could be exerted. However, as the cultivation method improved, the part of it that could be exerted would be greater. Now, in terms of the quantity of internal strength, it may not be as good as the 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm. However, in terms of purity, it is better than many 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm. It should be enough to compete with those 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm disciples who practice the upper-grade earth-level cultivation method. Chen Zong thought to himself, last month, Lin Tianyu challenged the Iron Sword list with the cultivation of the 2nd turn of the Qi refining realm and successfully defeated the 49th person. Now it's my turn. Be listed on the Iron Sword list. Fight for the 7 sword stars. This was the wish and goal of every ambitious disciple. Chen Zong was no exception. However, he was not in a hurry. First, he would see if he could cultivate the Great Primordial Force to the 4th level. That would mean that his internal strength would be thicker and purer. Only half a month had passed, and the 4th level of the Great Primordial Force was still far away. It seemed that he would not be able to reach it in a short period of time. Chen Zong challenged Li Beiyu, who was ranked 43rd on the Iron Sword list. Chen Zong, you are too arrogant. Today, I will teach you how to behave. Li Beiyu had a sneer on his face. Don't boast too early. Otherwise, you won't be able to end it. Chen Zong responded unhurriedly. First, Lin Tianyu succeeded in challenging the Iron Sword list. Now, Chen Zong also wants to challenge the Iron Sword list. Can he succeed? I think it will be difficult. Lin Tianyu's strength was originally higher than Chen Zong's, and he challenged the last person on the Iron Sword list. In the end, he barely won. Chernzong challenged Li Beiyu, who is ranked 43rd. How can he be a match for senior brother Li? The people from the Lu sect sneered, mocking Chernzong for overestimating himself. Ma Shifeng, Zhou Hai, and the others also stood in the crowd to watch. Senior brother Ma, do you think Chernzong is a match for Li Beiyu? Zhou Hai asked in a low voice. It's hard to say. Ma Shifeng shook his head. It's hard to say. Ma Shifeng, your eyesight is too bad. Do you think that a new disciple who has been in the school for less than a year will be a match for Li Beiyu? Especially when the difference in cultivation is so obvious. Chao Bang, who was ranked 14th on the Iron Sword list, sneered. Chao Bang, don't underestimate anyone. Ma Shifeng responded indifferently. That depends on who it is. Perhaps Chernzong's talent is not bad, but his cultivation time is too short. He can't be a match for Li Beiyu. Chao Bang said decisively, if you don't believe me, you and I can make a bet. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Ma Shifeng's eyes flashed coldly. Let's bet 100 sword merit points. Okay, 100 sword merit points. I'll take it. Chao Bang was confident because he was more familiar with Li Beiyu and knew how strong he was. Chernzong, you disrespected your senior brother and looked down on our Lu gate. Today, I'll use the sword in my hand to wake you up. Li Beiyu drew his sword as soon as he finished speaking. The sword trembled slightly and streaked through the air like a weightless feather. Its trajectory was unpredictable. Don't make it sound so dignified. You know best what the truth is. In response, Chernzong also unsheathed his sword. The sword light was sharp and direct. It pierced through the air and seemed to ripple like water. The two swords did not collide. Li Beiyu's sword suddenly dodged at the last moment and flew towards Chernzong from the side. Its trajectory was unpredictable. Li Beiyu's fluttering feather sword technique is even more refined. The fluttering feather sword technique was a mid-class earth-level sword technique. It focused on lightness and was very flexible. It was like a feather floating in the air. Its trajectory was unpredictable. Hit. The sword light was like a feather that was about to land on Chernzong's body. Like a gust of wind, Chernzong's sword touched the tip of Li Beiyu's sword without a sound. The moment they touched, he retracted his sword, but a powerful force exploded and deflected the tip of the sword. Li Beiyu's cultivation method was the mid-class earth-level fluttering feather force. It complemented the fluttering feather sword technique and could unleash its greatest power. The fluttering feather force focused on lightness and flexibility. Li Beiyu's footsteps were like that. His body was like a feather. As long as the wind blew, he would move with it and become even more unpredictable. However, the great immemorial force focused on being vigorous and upright. The severing wind sword technique seemed to be related to the wind, but that was only on the surface. Its essence was to cut off. Except for the killing move of the 13th move, Chernzong had already cultivated the rest of the moves to the immemorial realm. He had already grasped the essence of the move. When he used them, he immediately cut off Li Beiyu's sword technique. Fluttering feather steps. Li Beiyu exerted all his strength. Under his footwork, his body became even more agile and unpredictable. The sword in his hand also became more unpredictable. Chernzong's eyes were sharp as if he could see through everything. Li Beiyu's sword technique gradually became clear under his gaze. Strike. Cut off. Counterattack. The difference between the two was only in the amount of inner strength. In terms of purity, Li Beiyu did not have any advantage. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. Although the fluttering feather sword technique was a mid-class earth-level sword technique, he had only cultivated it to the perfection realm and had not reached the immemorial realm. This is impossible. Chao Bang's pupils contracted. He could see that Li Beiyu was not going easy on him, but he was gradually at a disadvantage. Fluttering feather zero kill. With a low shout and a burst of killing intent, Li Beiyu's body swayed like a feather. The sword in his hand also swayed, drawing a changeable trajectory. In an instant it changed more than a dozen times. Each time, it gave people the feeling that it was untraceable. It looked like he was attacking Chen Zong from the front, but in fact, he appeared behind him and attacked. This was the ultimate move of the fluttering feather sword technique. It was a move full of confusion. If one was not careful, they would be hit. However, Chen Zong had already seen through the mystery of this move. The 10th move of the severing wind sword technique. With a swing of the sword, he directly cut off the trajectory of the fluttering feather zero kill. Silent wind. The sword disappeared and turned into a gust of wind. The hair on Li Beiyu's forehead fluttered. His expression changed greatly. He immediately retreated as light as a feather. He retreated quickly, but Chen Zong's sword was faster. Wind from the south to the north. This was the 12th move of the severing wind swordsmanship. It was also a sword move full of changes. It seemed to be left and right, slow but fast. The distance between them seemed to be shortened in an instant. Li Beiyu immediately dodged to the left. Unexpectedly, Chen Zong's sword appeared strangely on the right, as if waiting for him to crash into it. It went straight for the heart. In an instant, his heart seemed to stop beating. He was almost suffocating and his face turned green. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Zong's sword was continuous. It was like a gust of wind blowing, continuously stabbing Li Beiyu's body. His shoulders, arms, and wrists were all hit. The inner strength in his arms was scattered, unable to gather, and his muscles were weak. With the last strike, the ceremonial sword in Li Beiyu's hand suddenly flew up and fell to the side. Chen Zong's sword steadily rested on Li Beiyu's neck. If it were a battle of life and death, even if he used the ceremonial sword, this strike would be enough to kill Li Beiyu. Chao Bang, thank you for your 100 sword merit points. I will accept it. Ma Shifeng smiled. Chao Bang's face was full of shock and then turned green. The others were dumbfounded and speechless. Such a result was completely unexpected. Not only did Chen Zong win, but he won in a clean and tidy manner. I have already told you not to boast too early. Chen Zong put away his sword and said lightly. Li Beiyu's cheeks twitched and his eyes were bloodshot. He was shocked and stared fiercely at Chen Zong. He looked very unwilling, as if he wanted to eat Chen Zong alive. He had lost. Chapter 165. Chen Shidi, I knew that you would make it to the Metal Sword leaderboard soon, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. Ma West Wind smiled at Chen Zong, speaking as if they were equals. Who knows, maybe you'll surpass me soon. Senior brother, you flatter me. Chen Zong smiled. No, I'm not exaggerating or belittling myself. Ma West Wind said seriously, when junior brother entered the academy, you were only in the Qi and Blood realm. Now, in less than a year, you've already reached the second cycle of the Qi refining realm and made it to the Metal Sword leaderboard. As far as I know, there hasn't been a disciple in the Real Sword Academy who has achieved this. If junior brother can maintain this level of achievement, you might become one of the 7 sword masters of the Real Sword Academy. You might even go one step further and catch up to the 3 prodigies. Ma West Wind's tone was serious. When he mentioned the 3 prodigies, his eyes burned with passion. The 3 prodigies? Chen Zong didn't understand. Junior brother, you don't know? Ma West Wind was surprised. That's true. Junior brother comes from the remote martial city and hasn't been in the Real Sword Academy for long. It's normal that you don't know. The 3 prodigies are the 3 most talented people in this era. The first is the Tyrant Martial Prodigy, the son of one of the elders in the Real Martial Arts Alliance. He was born extraordinary and received the best training from a young age. He practiced the best techniques and was taught by many strong people in the Real Martial Arts Alliance. He was far ahead of his peers. Ma West Wind was very excited. Legend has it that he laid the best foundation at the age of 10 and started cultivating. He broke through to the chi refining realm at the age of 13. If it weren't for the fact that he had to build a stronger foundation for his age, he would have broken through to the chi refining realm at the age of 12. Chunzong's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasp. This cultivation speed was too shocking. From the first cycle of training to the fourth cycle of training, it took 2 years. From the fourth cycle of training to the seventh cycle of training, it took 3 years. From the seventh cycle of training to the peak of the ninth cycle of training, it also took 3 years. Now, the tyrant martial prodigy is 24 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the true martial realm. He is the first person to break through to the true martial realm since the true martial era and is hailed as the #1 genius of the true martial era. He is fully deserving of the title of tyrant martial prodigy. As Ma Shifeng spoke, his breathing quickened due to his excitement. Chunzong also felt dizzy. He started cultivating at the age of 10 and was already a true martial realm expert at the age of 24. This kind of cultivation speed sounded too frightening. Compared to himself, he was already 19 years old, but he was still only at the second transition of the chi refining realm. Not only is the tyrant martial prodigy talented in cultivation, but it is also rumored that his comprehension is unparalleled. He can easily master any martial art and achieve perfection. Furthermore, the Tyrant Martial League that he founded includes many geniuses and elite. Not only are their talents outstanding, but their cultivation is also high. They are also powerful and can easily challenge those of a higher level. Ma Shifeng's tone seemed to be getting more and more excited. Any martial artist from the Tyrant Martial League can easily enter the top 10 of the Metal Sword list. This shocked Chunzong once again. He felt that his knowledge was still too little. The second prodigy is called the Kuchen prodigy. His growth is completely different from that of the Tyrant Martial prodigy. The Kuchen prodigy came from a humble background and only started cultivating when he was 14. He only broke through to the chi refining realm when he was 19 and entered the genius training camp. Now he is 25 years old and is also a true martial realm expert. Chunzong was even more shocked. The Tyrant Martial Prodigy's achievements were not only due to his own talent, but also his family background. After all, as the son of a founding member of the True Martial Alliance, the cultivation environment and resources that he had enjoyed since he was young were many times better than others. The Kuchen prodigy came from a humble background and his cultivation in the chi refining realm was even more ordinary. However, he was the kind of person who had great potential. Once he exerted his strength, it was very shocking. Senior Brother Ma, what is the Genius Training Camp? Chunzong was puzzled. It is a training camp established by the True Martial Alliance and only recruits geniuses from within the alliance. Ma Shifeng's tone was filled with envy and yearning. As far as I know, the 3 prodigies have all entered the Genius Training Camp. The third prodigy is a female called Ziyu. She also comes from an extraordinary background and is the granddaughter of a founding member of the True Martial Alliance. She started cultivating when she was 12 and broke through to the chi refining realm when she was 15. Now she is 22 years old and is said to be in seclusion to break through to the true martial realm. I don't know if she succeeded. A female. Chunzong's tone was filled with surprise. There were fewer female martial artists than male martial artists, and they didn't have much of an advantage. Therefore, there was a clear polarization between the two groups. If the 3 prodigies represent the top geniuses of the Eastern continent, then the 7 sword sons of the True Sword Academy and the 10 martial heroes, 9 Heaven Blade, and 8 war generals of the other 3 academies are second-class geniuses. They are called first-class geniuses. Below them are second-class and third-class geniuses. It's not that I'm looking down on myself, but I'm second class at best. I might even be third class. Ma Shifeng laughed. Chen Shidi, you are different. The talent you have shown is most likely first class. Without a doubt, Ma Shifeng's words had a great impact on Chen Zong. He had thought that he was pretty good and had already achieved a lot. However, compared to Ma Shifeng, his achievements seemed so insignificant. That's good. It's more interesting to have a stronger target, Chen Zong said to himself. For a moment, Chen Zong felt more motivated than ever. His initial goal was to cure his father and restore his cultivation. Now that he had achieved more than he had expected, the remaining goal was to move forward with all his might and go further on the path of martial artist. All along the way, Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. After that, he felt that he was thinking too far ahead. With his current strength, he still didn't have the qualifications to say that he was far ahead. My cultivation is now at the beginning of the second turn of the Qi refining realm. My great mixed essence force is at the upper level of the earth level. My severing wind swordplay is at the lower level of the earth level. My 8-directional 4 steps is also at the lower level of the earth level. The improvement of one's cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. It requires perseverance and hard work. My great mixed essence force is now at the 3rd level. If I can reach the 4th level, not only will my inner strength be more powerful and pure, but my cultivation speed will also increase. This will allow me to reach the 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm faster. The 2 ultimate moves of the Severing Wind swordplay have reached the imperceptible realm, but the killing move has only reached the small success realm. There is still a lot of room for improvement. As for the 8-directional 4 steps, it has also reached the imperceptible realm. Chen Zong organized his knowledge. As for the various martial arts that he had cultivated before, they belonged to the Qi and Blood realm. They were not very useful in the Qi refining realm. The power of the Extreme Flash Thunder Slayer sword and the Sky Light Cloud Shadow sword are indeed stronger than the Severing Wind swordplay. However, they are limited by their inner strength. They can't be as strong as before. My current goal is to cultivate the Great Mixed Essence Force to the 4th level, then raise my cultivation to the 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm. At the same time, I will accumulate more sword merit points and exchange them for an upper level of the earth level sword technique. Other than that, it's the improvement of my martial arts realm. The more Chen Zong cultivated, the more he realized the benefits of having a body with pure Qi and blood. The cultivation of the Qi refining realm was to refine the original inner strength from the physique and Qi and circulate it according to different techniques, causing the original inner strength to undergo different changes. Therefore, the body was the foundation of the Qi refining realm. It was indispensable. Otherwise, one would be like a rootless duckweed. In essence, the better the body, the more advantageous it was to cultivate in the Qi refining realm. The bitter dust prodigy was like that. His performance in the Qi and blood realm was very ordinary, but when he reached the Qi refining realm, he improved by leaps and bounds. The so-called excellent body did not refer to a body with great strength, but a body that was close to perfection in all aspects. It was a kind of excellence in terms of structure. The perfection of the Qi and blood realm represented not only a cultivation realm, but also a kind of optimization of the body's structure. A body with pure Qi and blood that was without Qi and blood would form a natural cycle. Naturally, it would be easier to cultivate in the Qi refining realm. This was why Chen Zong was able to break through from the Qi and blood realm to the 2nd turn of the Qi refining realm in just half a year. The vigorous and upright great mixed essence force flowed continuously between his bones and muscles. Traces of original inner strength were stimulated from his body and merged with the great mixed essence force, strengthening it and raising his cultivation. Chen Zongfang only stopped cultivating when his body began to feel exhausted. He exhaled a white breath and opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and bright. My cultivation is getting closer to the middle of the second turn of the Qi refining realm, but it's still very difficult to break through to the fourth stage. He got up, went downstairs, and walked into the courtyard. Chen Zong stood in front of the iron pillar, cleared all distracting thoughts, and slowly closed his eyes. His breathing became longer and longer. In the end, Chen Zong felt as if everything around him had disappeared. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Only the sound of his own breathing became clearer. Thump, thump, the sound of his heartbeat became clearer and clearer, like the rhythmic beating of a drum. The strong pure qi and blood in his body accelerated, and so did the great mixed essence force. Suddenly, Chen Zong opened his eyes. Two sharp rays of light shot out from his clear eyes, like the edge of a sword cutting through the air. His entire body was naturally filled with a unique aura, as if they were one. In the blink of an eye, the ceremonial sword was unsheathed. The heart was there, the eyes were there, the hand was there, the sword was there. With a flash of the sword, a sword hole appeared on the iron pillar. His footsteps were fast, and he kept attacking with his sword. In just a few seconds, a circle of circular footprints was left around the iron pillar. There was a circle of sword holes on the iron pillar. The depth and thickness of the holes were the same. He exhaled a long breath, and the surging inner force also calmed down. The more I meditate and cultivate, the more I feel that martial arts are wonderful. The combination of the heart, the eye, and the hand was just one of the initial stages of martial arts. Under the pressure of the green light Wolf King, Chen Zong mastered the combination of the heart, the eye, and the hand. At that time, the sword's speed increased by 60%. Now, it increased by 100%. However, Chen Zong felt that this was not the limit, and he could continue to improve. The heart, the eye, and the hand of a martial artist. A martial artist who practices the sword will have an extra sword. Only when the heart is there, the eye is there, and the hand is there, the sword will be there. After all, the hand and the sword were not the same thing. No matter how familiar they were, there was always a difference. If he did not solve this obstacle, Chen Zong felt that it would be difficult to truly master the combination. However, how could he master it? He thought hard and tried many times, but the results were minimal. If I have the guidance of a senior master, it will be clearer. Chen Zong thought to himself. Chapter 166. Time flew by. Chen Zong had been in the True Sword Academy for a year. In another month, I will be able to accumulate enough sword merit points to exchange for an earth rank upper rank sword art. Chen Zong thought to himself. His improvement was obvious after a year. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the second revolution of the force training realm. His great origin force had reached the peak of the third stage. His wind-cutter sword art had reached perfection, and his 8 directions and 4 extremities had entered the minute realm. However, his progress in the fourth stage of the body-forging art, origin body, was slow. If there are no accidents, I will need more than half a year to reach the third revolution of the force training realm. I wonder when I will be able to complete the 3-in-1 stage of the martial way and origin body. Up until now, he had been fumbling around on his own. Even though he had entered the clan hall, 7 Lights Martial Academy, and now the True Sword Academy, he only had a better cultivation environment and resources. He lacked the guidance of his seniors. He could only fumble around on his own. It was like walking across a river. He did not know which part of the river was shallower and which part was deeper. He could only try bit by bit. Fumbling around on his own and having someone to guide him both had their advantages and disadvantages. Fumbling around on his own was undoubtedly more difficult and would often take more time. He would take more detours, and even be unable to turn back if he went down the wrong path. The consequences would be very serious. Moreover, the progress in the early stages was incomparably difficult. It would almost make one feel despair. This was not a path an ordinary person could take at all. However, the advantages were also obvious. Once he fumbled around on his own, he would understand it thoroughly. It was because it was something that truly belonged to him. He would also accumulate and improve bit by bit. The further he progressed, the stronger the aftereffects, and the easier it would be to cultivate and comprehend. He would be able to go further and see higher things. With someone to guide him, he would take fewer detours. He only needed to remember and comprehend what his seniors taught him. He would not need to spend too much time and energy. In the early stages, his progress would be very fast. However, once he reached the later stages of cultivation, the disadvantages would become apparent. This was because a martial artist could not always have someone to guide him. Moreover, sometimes a breakthrough could not be achieved with just guidance. He had to rely on his own ability. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. In the long run, the first method was obviously better, but the second method could not be ruled out. The first method should be the main method, and the second method should be auxiliary. Every month, an elder would teach a class in the True Sword Academy. Chen Zong would attend the class, and his foundation had indeed improved a lot. However, he always felt that something was missing. It did not seem to be what he truly wanted. Martial arts, sword Dao. After pondering for a while, Chen Zong vaguely seemed to have grasped something, but he was also confused. He remembered that illusory cloud swordsman had talked about martial arts before, but he had never talked about sword art. He wondered if it was because illusory cloud swordsman himself had not reached that level, or for some other reason. Sword Dao and martial Dao must have something in common, Chen Zong thought to himself. However, he wasn't sure where the connection was. In the end, it was because he didn't have enough experience. Firstly, he was young, and secondly, he didn't have enough experience. Take it slow, one step at a time, Chen Zong said to himself. Every month, Chen Zong would receive 20 thunderous bone tempering pills, which was equivalent to 400 sword merit points. Another month passed, and Chen Zong's sword merit points had exceeded 1,200. With sufficient sword merit points, Chen Zong naturally went to the 5th level of the Sword Martial Tower again. This time, his target was a high-grade Earth-rank sword technique. There was no need to hesitate. Chen Zong had already looked at it carefully when he was choosing the Great Primordial Chaos Force. Heavenly Light Sword Technique. There were 2 reasons why he chose this sword technique. The first reason was that Chen Zong had comprehended the Heavenly Light Cloud Shadow Sword technique on his own. It sounded like the name had a lot of history. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that the Heavenly Light Sword technique was a sword technique that was similar to the Heavenly Light Cloud Shadow Sword technique. After deducting 1,000 sword merit points, Chen Zong got the handwritten copy of the sword technique. Chen Zong, I want to challenge you. On the way back to the courtyard, Chen Zong met Jiang Bailu. Through his aura, Chen Zong found that Jiang Bailu's cultivation had reached the 2nd turn of the Qi refining realm after a year and a month. Take this. As he spoke, Jiang Bailu did not give Chen Zong any chance to refute. He unsheathed his sword, and the sword light surged like a torrential river. Chen Zong seemed to hear the sound of torrential water as well. This proved that Jiang Bailu had already cultivated the torrential swordsmanship to perfection. Whether it was the early stage of the 2nd turn of the Qi refining realm or the perfection of the torrent sword technique, it proved that Jiang Bailu was extraordinarily talented. However, Chen Zong was stronger than him. With a thrust of his sword, Jiang Bailu's torrent-like sword radiance was directly cut off. He couldn't perform any subsequent changes. Torrent rush. With a loud shout, Jiang Bailu decisively performed the ultimate move of the Rapids sword art. The sword light that had been cut off forcibly reconnected, becoming even more intense and surging. It was as if a layer of turbulent water had rushed out from between the rocks, its power astonishing. The third move of the Windcutter Sword technique. With one strike, the torrent of water sword radiance was instantly cut off and dissipated into nothingness. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. It was like smoke blown by a strong wind. Impossible! Jiang Baoyou's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. In the past year, he had practiced diligently and taken the qi refining pills from his family. He had finally reached the early stage of the second turn of the qi refining realm and the perfection of the torrent sword technique. His strength had greatly increased. He didn't expect to be defeated so easily by Chunzong. Was the gap between them really that big? Ignoring the statue-like Jiang Bailu, Chunzong walked around him and returned to the small courtyard. He began practicing the divine light sword technique. In the past year and month, the cultivation of the new disciples had increased significantly. Many of them had reached the second turn of the qi refining realm. Their sword techniques and battle techniques had also improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, among the preparatory disciples, a considerable number of them had successfully broken through to the qi refining realm and become official disciples. A small number of them had been expelled by the Real Sword Academy because they hadn't been able to break through in time. The Divine Light Sword technique is different from the Windcutter Sword technique. There are only 4 moves in total. Every move has a corresponding name. The first move, Divine Light First Appearance, is the basic move. Only by mastering this move can one practice the other 3 moves. In the small courtyard, after meditating, Chunzong began practicing the first move of the Divine Light Sword technique. It didn't take long for Chunzong to realize that the Divine Light Sword technique seemed to be easier to practice than he had imagined. When he swung his sword, the blade couldn't be seen. There was only a flicker of light that seemed to have descended from the sky. As it flashed past, a sword mark appeared on the iron pillar. After thinking carefully, Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. He had found the reason. When he had chosen the Divine Light Sword technique, he had been more or less influenced by the true secret sword technique, the Divine Light Cloud Shadow Sword. He hadn't expected that the Divine Light Cloud Shadow Sword technique would be so beneficial to his practice of the Divine Light Sword technique. This was like a kind of foundation, a kind of promotion effect. If that's the case, if I practice a sword technique that is similar to the extreme flash thunder killing sword technique, will I be able to use the mysteries of the extreme flash thunder killing sword technique to quickly understand and master it? Chunzong suddenly wondered. If this was true, it would mean that in the future, when he practiced a sword technique that was similar to the Divine Light Cloud Shadow Sword technique and the extreme flash thunder killing sword technique, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Perhaps this was another benefit of comprehending the realm of true mysteries. The Divine Light Sword technique was an Earth-level upper-class sword technique. The mysteries contained in it were completely superior to the Severing Wind Sword technique, which was a Earth-level lower-class sword technique. Under normal circumstances, it should be several times more difficult to practice than the Severing Wind Sword technique. However, it turned out that it was actually easier. In just one day, the Divine Light Sword technique had reached the beginner realm. 3 days later, it reached the minor completion realm. Chunzong decided not to practice the second move. He planned to practice the Divine Light Sword technique to the extreme in one go. On the 7th day, the Divine Light Sword technique had reached the profound completion realm. If this kind of progress was made, many people would be shocked. In the beginner realm, the profound completion realm required diligent study and practice, using the body to memorize. However, in the perfection realm, one needed to comprehend. With the Divine Light Cloud Shadow Sword technique as the foundation, it was not difficult for Chunzong to comprehend. In just 3 days, the Divine Light Sword technique had reached the perfection realm. When the sword was drawn, the Divine Light Sword technique disappeared. The sword mark on the iron pillar was clearly visible, almost cutting it in half. Finally, I've reached the perfection realm. Chen Zong exhaled. It was only a basic move, but its power was superior to the subtle realm's silent wind chant. The difference between the earth level low level and the earth level high level was indeed very obvious. The gap between the perfection realm and the subtle realm is very large. I don't think I can achieve it in a short time. So I'll start practicing the second move. The Divine Light Sword technique was far more powerful than the Severing Wind Sword technique. If he could master it, his strength would be even more powerful. Chernzong, I admit that your talent and potential are very good. However, you are too arrogant to challenge me. Chao Bang's eyes were as cold as ice. His voice was calm, but there was a trace of anger in it. Chao Bang was an expert on the Iron Sword ranking. His ranking was not low. He was ranked 14th and could be considered the second disciple on the Iron Sword ranking. When Chernzong challenged Li Beiyu, Chao Bang was also present. He had seen Chernzong's strength. Even if Chernzong had improved in the past few months, Chernzong was definitely not his opponent. Senior Chao, please enlighten me, Chernzong said calmly, his expression calm. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the second transformation of the Qi training realm. Whether it was the quantity or the purity of his inner strength, they had both increased by a lot. It was a pity that his great origin force had not reached the 4th level. The higher ones ranking on the Iron Sword ranking, the more sword merit points one would receive every month. This was the first reason why Chernzong had challenged the Iron Sword ranking. The second reason was naturally that exchanging blows with a strong person would help to hone oneself. Chernzong did not have any other thoughts as he challenged Chao Bang. It was just a simple challenge. Since you insist, I'll let you know the difference between our swords. Chao Bang saw that Chernzong did not know when to back down and became even more angry. However, the words he said sounded familiar to Chernzong. Great origin force. 5 mountains swordsmanship. He activated his inner strength and displayed his swordsmanship. He slashed his sword at Chernzong. The vigorous inner strength surged. The sword light was like a mountain. When the sword light exploded, it was as if it had turned into a mountain. It was full of shocking oppression and fiercely suppressed. The 3rd level of the Great Origin Force. In an instant, Chernzong sensed the level of Chao Bang's Great Origin Force through the fluctuation of his aura. The 5 mountain swordsmanship was an earth-level upper-rank swordsmanship that suppressed people with strength. It could be said to be the upgraded version of the 3 mountains swordsmanship. Chapter 167. Silent Wind. Wind from the south to the north. Severing Wind, 13 strikes. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong performed the 2 ultimate moves and 1 ultimate move of the Severing Wind swordsmanship. He directly intercepted Chao Bang's 5 mountains swordsmanship, causing the sword radiance to dissipate. 5 mountains supremacy. Chao Bang's expression changed. He quickly performed his ultimate move and slashed down with his sword. The sword radiance was so strong that it seemed to condense into a huge illusory mountain and fell down. The sound of slashing continued. 13 sharp sword radiances stabbed the illusory mountain. The illusory mountain shook and collapsed, and the 13 sword radiances were also shattered. Chao Bang's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd transformation of the Qi refining realm. He cultivated the great mixed essence force of the earth level upper tier and had reached the 3rd level. His inner force was vigorous and pure. Although Chernzong's cultivation was not as high as his, the power of his inner force was not inferior at all. In terms of swordsmanship, he was not bad either. The sword radiance rose and turned into a floating light. As the sky spread, a sword radiance appeared. Oh no! Chao Bang's expression suddenly changed. He immediately performed the middle-tier earth-level footwork, Mountain treading step. He took a step forward. It was only a step away, but it gave people the feeling that there was a mountain between them. The floating light in the sky changed. It was as if clouds were spreading. Sky light from the clouds. Chao Bang was fast, but Chen Zong was even faster. 5 mountains supremacy. Chao Bang took a deep breath and suddenly shouted. He held the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands. His strength and inner force exploded, and he slashed down heavily. The tyrannical sword radiance condensed into the illusory mountain and fell from the sky with amazing power. It suppressed all life on earth and filled the air with a trace of perfection. Under this sword, the floating light in the sky was directly crushed and disappeared. The two swords collided. The tyrannical power shook the impact, and the sound waves were sharp. The air rippled like water, and the two people kept retreating to reduce the impact. His strength is outstanding, Chen Zong said to himself. This person is too scary. If we can't defeat him this time, we won't have a chance next time. Chao Bang's face was serious. He looked at Chen Zong with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had cultivated for a few more years than Chen Zong, and he had also entered the Real Sword Academy 3 years earlier. Moreover, his cultivation level was obviously higher than Chen Zong's. However, even with all these advantages, Chen Zong's strength was actually enough to fight him head-on without being at a disadvantage. If the other party was given more time, it was very likely that he would surpass him. Unless he could break through to the 4th cycle of the Qi refining realm, but that was not so easy. Chen Zong, let's settle this with one strike. With a loud shout, Chao Bang activated his inner force to the extreme. He held the sword with both hands and a tyrannical sword light spread out, directly transforming into a sword mountain. Hegemon of the 5 mountains. This sword was the last move of the 5 mountain swordplay, and it was also the killing move. It was the most powerful move, and Chao Bang had already cultivated it to the small success realm. The power it unleashed was obviously superior to the complete realm of the 5 mountain suppressing ground. He squinted his eyes and contracted his pupils. His gaze was unprecedentedly sharp. Martial arts that had not reached the complete realm meant that there were obvious flaws. Chen Zong could see a few flaws in Chao Bang's killing move, but being able to see them did not mean that he could hit them. The more powerful a martial art was, the harder it was to hit the flaws, especially when the difference in strength was not too big. Holding his breath and concentrating, Chen Zong's body emitted an inexplicable charm. Strike. It was only the severing wind swordplay, but the speed of the sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had struck 5 times, hitting a few flaws in the hegemon of the 5 mountains killing move. The tyrannical sword mountain immediately shook and collapsed, and the unique charm on Chen Zong's body disappeared in an instant. Silent wind. Chao Bang was immediately stabbed in the heart. The tyrannical impact almost made his heart stop beating in an instant. He could not even breathe, and his inner force instantly stopped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chen Zong's sword followed by another. His heart, shoulders, arms, wrists, and other places were all hit. The tyrannical power made Chao Bang's power dissipate. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Then, his palm went numb, and his tendons were directly hit. His fingers unconsciously loosened, and the ceremonial sword fell from his hand. For a swordsman, the sword was very important. Exhaling, Chen Zong won and would take Chao Bang's place. If I did not use the 3-in-1 technique, it would not have been so easy to defeat him. Chen Zong thought to himself. Chao Bang's strength was indeed very strong. Then, the disciples who were ranked above him would be even stronger. With my current strength, I can defeat most of the 3rd turn of the Qi refining realm. I also have the ability to protect myself. It's time to fulfill the dragon-slaying immortal's last wish. Since that day, Chen Zong had been thinking about it. If he did not fulfill such a request, he would always have a lingering thought. The longer he delayed, the worse it would be. Before, he was limited by his cultivation and strength, so he could only hold back. Now, his strength was enough to be ranked at the top of the metal sword ranking. If he used his full strength, it was not impossible for him to be ranked at the top. After all, every disciple of the 4 great academies was stronger than those of the same level in the outside world. Returning to the small courtyard, Chen Zong packed up. He took 8 million white jade notes and some pills. As for the martial arts techniques left behind by the dragon-slaying immortal, they were too precious. He was afraid of accidents, so he temporarily put them in the small courtyard. At least it would be safer there. After finding the Su family and confirming it, he would return to the True Sword Academy to take the martial arts technique. It would only take a little more time, but it was nothing compared to fulfilling the senior's last wish. Stepping out of the True Sword Academy, he went straight to the main city of True Martial. But Chen Zong did not know that each and every one of his actions was seen by people with intentions. After waiting for more than a year, I finally have a suitable opportunity. He did not ride a horse. After all, unless he had the scarlet eyes-colored glass, it would be better to travel on foot. Of course, if he rode a horse instead of walking, he could save energy and it would more or less show his status. However, for Chen Zong, the latter was useless. Starting from the True Sword Academy, if he followed the main road, it would take about 10 days to reach the main city of True Martial. However, if he went over the mountains, it would only take about 3 days. It would save more time, so Chen Zong chose the latter. This route had been studied before. There were monsters, but the strongest one was only a level 3 monster, which was equivalent to the 3rd transformation of the gene training stage. This was also the reason why Chen Zong had to be strong enough to defeat most of the 3rd transformation of the gene training stage. The next day, Chen Zong was about to pass by a small cliff. The cliff was about 100 meters high. Below it was a torrent, rolling like a waterfall. It looked like a huge white snake was moving forward. The torrent was magnificent. Chen Zong glanced at it and felt heroic. Suddenly, Chen Zong took a step forward. Because of his extreme speed, he left an afterimage where he stood. He was pierced by a sharp black sword and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger made Chen Zong not dare to stop. He used the imperceptible realm's 8 directional 4 polar steps and moved quickly. The black sword light was extremely sharp. Sword after sword, it pierced through all the afterimages left behind by Chen Zong. Every sword strike pierced through Chen Zong's body, causing his hair to stand on end. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope. Below him was an endless mountain of knives. It was extremely frightening. If he was even a little bit slower, he would be killed immediately. There was no time to think. He focused his mind and his body emitted a unique aura. It was like an indescribable aura, like a realm. Martial arts realm. 3-in-1. This was the first time Chen Zong used 3-in-1 so quickly. He was forced to use it. With 3-in-1, he felt that the sharp black sword seemed to have slowed down a little. He waved his right hand. The sword light like cold snow and frost cut through the air, creating ripples. The speed of the sword was amazingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had attacked several times. Every attack was a move of the wind-cutting swordsmanship. However, the black sword light was extremely flexible. It was like a wriggling snake. It avoided Chen Zong's attacks and stabbed through the gaps. It showed amazing swordsmanship skills, which made Chen Zong's face change greatly. He didn't know his cultivation, but he had never seen such swordsmanship in his life. He was much stronger than Chaobang. Even an ordinary sword move could release amazing power. Under unprecedented pressure, Chen Zong operated the great mixed essence force to the fullest. He used all his skills. He didn't know why someone suddenly attacked him, and he didn't know who it was. He only saw a black shadow and a sharp black sword light. It was simple, direct, and fierce. Every attack was fatal. Chen Zong performed the wind-cutting swordsmanship to the extreme. Under the mind's eye, every attack was extremely fast. In terms of sword speed, he was completely above his opponent. However, in terms of swordsmanship skills, he was slightly inferior. "Who are you?" Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zong fought back with his sword. At the same time, he shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder, containing a trace of inexplicable power. However, his opponent didn't respond. He was wearing a black mask and was using an ordinary-looking black long sword. He didn't make any sound, nor did he perform any conspicuous swordsmanship. Obviously, this was a person who didn't want him to know his identity. He didn't show any trace. Thinking quickly, Chen Zong didn't know who this person was. He waved his sword. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Strangely, his opponent's sword didn't collide with Chen Zong's sword even once. Every attack was simple, direct, and flexible. He kept stabbing through the gaps in the sword light. Every attack made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. "Who the hell are you? What hatred do you have for me?" He kept asking questions to disturb his opponent, but it didn't work. Chen Zong retreated, but his opponent was extremely flexible and blocked his retreat. His eyes were cold and sharp. They were like sharp swords that were about to pierce through him. They contained an amazing spiritual will oppression. That kind of willpower oppression carried a kind of soaring determination. The pressure, the unprecedentedly strong pressure, made Chen Zong breathless. "Since I can't get away, then let's fight to the death," Chen Zong said to himself. A touch of determination flashed in his heart. As soon as this thought came to his mind, under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis, his spiritual will was highly concentrated. The mysterious sword point deep in his eyebrows seemed to be awakened. It trembled again and released a silver light. The light spread out, and the silver dragons around him flew. Chen Zong immediately felt that his spiritual will was purified and strengthened. It spread to every part of his body like water. He seemed to be able to sense every part of his body, and he could fully grasp it without missing anything. Chapter 168. His whole body's strength was condensed into one, as if it had been twisted into a rope. With his mind, he could exert his strength to the extreme, making his sword move amazingly fast. When he drew his sword, the sword light broke through the sky like a meteor and arrived in an instant. The black-clothed man was extremely surprised. Even though he hadn't executed his strongest sword technique in order to conceal his identity, he'd executed a mid-grade earth-rank sword technique that he'd cultivated in the past, and he'd cultivated it to perfection a long time ago. With his superb attainments in sword techniques, he was able to unleash shocking might, yet he was actually unable to instantly defeat and kill his opponent. On the contrary, he could clearly feel that his opponent seemed to be improving little by little under his sword. Now that he had comprehended something, the speed of his sword had increased rapidly, completely exceeding his own. Under the martial arts realm, Chen Zong seemed to be completely gathered. He did not think and did not need to think. Everything followed the deepest instinct, drawing his sword in the most reasonable way and mobilizing all his strength. This seemed to be in accordance with some kind of mystery. Every sword move was mysterious to the extreme. It looked slow, but the trajectory was clear. Even an ordinary person could easily distinguish it. However, if you thought you could distinguish it, you would immediately find that you were deceived. The speed of the sword had actually reached the extreme, beyond the eye's capture. So you thought it was slow, but in fact it arrived in an instant. The balance between the two sides began to be reversed, and Chen Zong gradually recovered from the disadvantage. The sword light flashed. It seemed to be straight, but in fact it was fleeting. It seemed light, but in fact it was heavy. Wherever the sword passed, the man in black's mask was cut open, and his cheek was cut, blood flowing down. "How dare you hurt me? You deserve to die." For the first time, the man in black spoke, but his voice was very suppressed, and no one could hear his original voice. At this time, his opponent was very cautious to hide his identity as much as possible and not leave any trace. The voice was oppressive and cold, filled with extreme killing intent, like a cold wind from hell. Chen Zong's body involuntarily trembled, and he instantly woke up. However, he did not escape from that strange state. He felt as if he was standing at a new height, looking down coldly. His grasp of the surroundings was incomparably clear, so clear that he could even feel the dust in the air. Sword strength. A terrifying sharpness suddenly burst out from the black-clothed man's body. It was as if a treasured sword had been unsheathed, revealing a shocking sharpness that cut through the surroundings. This sharp aura contained a supreme spirit that could pierce through the clouds, which made Chen Zong feel oppressed. Top-grade Earth-grade cultivation technique. Chen Zong could feel that the aura inside was very pure and tyrannical, far superior to the great primeval chaos force. He was very shocked, but he was very calm. With the full display of his tyrannical inner strength, the speed of the black-clothed man's sword suddenly increased, and the power contained in it also greatly increased. The sharpness was astonishing, and with just a middle-grade earth-level sword technique, Chen Zong was once again suppressed. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. In this strange state, Chen Zong's potential was infinitely stimulated. The severing wind swordsmanship was displayed to the extreme. From the first sword strike to the 10th sword strike, Huang Xiaolong continued to display the 11th move's silent wind chant, the 12th move's south-facing north, the 13th move's severing wind 13 strikes, and so on. The great primeval chaos force was surging in his body, like the water of a great river. Vaguely, there was a sound all over his body. His pure yang qi and blood vibrated, and the strength of his physique became more and more amazing. When the great primeval chaos force was running to the extreme, it suddenly stopped, as if it was stuck. However, more primitive internal strength was constantly refined from his physique and pure yang qi and blood. It was integrated into the great primeval chaos force at an amazing speed, making it stronger and stronger. When it grew to a certain extent, the paused great primeval chaos force moved again. When it moved, it was like a storm. The roaring sound continued, shaking out from his body. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his bones and muscles were tingling under the impact of the tyrannical great primeval chaos force, as if electric arcs were swimming through them. Chen Zong knew that this was the feeling brought by the internal strength that had reached a certain level of purity. At the same time, the two swords collided. Under the opponent's terrible sword strength, Chen Zong was repelled. His body shook, and a tyrannical aura burst out from his body. The fourth level of the great primeval chaos force. Chen Zong had cultivated the great primeval chaos force to the third level long ago, but he had not been able to break through to the fourth level. However, he had reached the peak of the third level and was only a step away from the fourth level. However, the bottleneck was not so easy to break through. Chen Zong estimated that he would have to work hard for months or even more than half a year. He did not expect that the interceptor's strength would be so tyrannical. Under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis, he was forced to enter the 3-in-1 state of martial arts. His potential was constantly stimulated, and it seemed that he was going to surpass this level. After repeated collisions, he finally turned the pressure into motivation, prompting a breakthrough. Sensing that Chen Zong's internal strength had broken through, it instantly became more vigorous and powerful. The man in black was even more murderous. "It seems that I have to show more strength," the man in black said to himself. His sword technique suddenly changed, and the power contained in it increased exponentially. It was like a roaring storm, full of amazing destructive power that could destroy everything. Earth-level upper-grade storm sword technique. You're from the Real Sword Academy? Chunzong had once seen a sword technique on the 5th floor of the Real Sword Academy's sword martial tower called Storm. According to the brief description, it was very similar to the one the man in black was using, who said that the Storm sword technique was only available in the Real Sword Academy. Chunzong thought that the man in black would not respond. He did not expect that the man in black would refute him. His voice was suppressed and obscure, and his original tone could not be recognized. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword technique became even more terrifying. The sword brought about an amazing storm that swept over, wanting to strangle Chunzong. Suddenly, Chunzong's pressure increased greatly. Especially in this state, the pressure he felt was even more obvious and intense. It was so intense that it actually affected him to break out of the 3-in-1 state of martial arts. Dawn Light. The pressure was too great. Although the Wind Cutter sword technique was exquisite, its power was limited. Chunzong could only use a more advanced sword technique. The sword turned into a floating light in the sky, spreading in all directions. This sword had already reached the pinnacle of detail. All kinds of changes were contained within it, and when they were used together, its power reached the pinnacle. This was especially so under the martial arts realm and the 4th level of the Great Primordial Force. It was far stronger than before. Clouds of heavenly light. The second sword technique had also reached the minute subtlety. Its power was much stronger than the dawn light. After all, the dawn light was only a basic sword technique. As the sword slashed down, the sky appeared, followed by the shadow of the clouds. Clouds of heavenly light. The third sword technique was used. This sword technique was filled with a sense of perfection. It had reached the perfection realm. The man in black was shocked. The heavenly light sword technique was an earth-level upper-grade sword technique. He knew very well that it was difficult to cultivate. However, a disciple who had only entered the Real Sword Academy for a little more than a year could not only cultivate the Earth-level upper-grade Great Immemorial Force to the 4th level, but also cultivate the first and second moves of the Heavenly Light Sword technique to the minute subtlety. Even the third move had reached the perfection realm. This kind of talent and potential was really terrifying. Fortunately, he had seized this opportunity. Otherwise, if he had waited any longer, it would have been even more difficult to kill him. Chunzong performed the first 3 moves of the Heavenly Light sword art over and over again. Every time he performed them, the black-clothed man could feel the subtle changes in them. They were becoming more and more concise, and their power seemed to have increased slightly. The 9th time, clouds of heavenly light. The sense of perfection immediately changed. A unique aura filled the air. It was the aura of the minute subtlety. Inspiration surged. Chunzong did not stop and performed another sword technique. Clouds of heavenly light. The surging clouds were endless. They connected into one layer after another, as if they were going to cover the sky and cover the earth. It was as if they were going to go through thousands of years. Among them, there was a shocking murderous intent. This sword technique was brought about by the clouds of heavenly light of the minute subtlety. If it had been any other third turn of the force refining stage, they would not have been able to escape or avoid this sword technique. However, Chunzong could feel the cultivation of the man in black. He was only in the third turn of the force refining stage, but his cultivation method was of the highest grade of the earth level. The inner force he cultivated was extremely strong. He estimated that an ordinary third turn of the force refining stage cultivator would not be able to block his sword. Even if the clouds of heavenly light had reached the minute subtlety, it would not be able to do anything to him. However, the moment the clouds of heavenly light reached the minute subtlety, all the mysteries of the heavenly light sword technique emerged and revolved around Chunzong's mind. Then, he understood it instantly. The 4th move, clouds of heavenly light. This move was the killer move of the Heavenly Light Sword technique. It was the most powerful move. Previously, Chernzong had spent a lot of time comprehending it. However, he only had a vague idea of it and could not master it. As the sword fell, the sea of clouds surged. Countless strong rays of light pierced through and directly tore the sea of clouds into two. It was as if the sky had been split open. Countless rays of heavenly light tore through the clouds and condensed into a single ray. It was a ray of sword light. It was like a lightsaber directly striking down with terrifying power. Clouds of heavenly light. This was the essence of the Heavenly Light Sword technique. Moreover, it had surpassed the beginner level and reached the small success level. Its power was at least twice as strong as the clouds of heavenly light. A trace of seriousness flashed through the eyes of the man in black. It seemed that in the end, he still had to show his true strength. The highest grade of the earth level, clouds of heavenly light sword technique. A sword to the sky. Shattering the clouds. There seemed to be a touch of purple in the black ray of sword light. The sword rose up as if it was going to pierce through the clouds. Between the clouds of heavenly light and the clouds of heavenly light, which was stronger, the two swords collided. The colors faded away, leaving only black and white. It was silent. It seemed that a long time had passed before a shockingly sharp tearing sound spread in all directions. The sand was split open, revealing hard rocks. Then, the rocks were also torn apart. The sword cut straight into the rocks, more than 3 inches deep. A wisp of bright red sprayed into the sky. Chernzong's figure flew high into the air. Under the tyrannical power, he could not stop falling backward. The tyrannical power of the collision also made the man in black retreat continuously. Die. Since he had already shown his true strength, the man in black had no reason to hide it anymore. As he retreated, he stabbed out again. A sword to the sky. Chapter 169. He felt dizzy and undulating. There seemed to be voices coming from the distant horizon. He couldn't make out what they were talking about. Chernzong struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. A glimmer of light shone through the gap, stimulating his pupils. As his pupils contracted, he gradually regained consciousness. He closed his eyes. His eyes were sore and it took him a while to recover. When he opened them again, he saw a brown roof. Feeling his body shaking, Chernzong judged that he was in a carriage. Chernzong felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been cut by a knife. It was burning and he couldn't help but gasp. After a while, Chernzong struggled to sit up and carefully checked himself. The robe he was wearing was obviously not the sword robe he was wearing. The iron block that opened the cave was not there. The 8 million white jade notes were not there. The porcelain bottle with a few pills was not there. The white cauldron token of the Dingtian pavilion was not there. His fake frost-flowing sword was nowhere to be seen. He lifted the clothes on his chest and saw a white bandage with bloodstains on it. Frowning, Chernzong couldn't help but recall. He had left the Real Sword Academy to go to the Zhenwu main city to find the family of the dragon-slaying immortal and fulfill his last wish. He had crossed the mountains to save time, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by a mysterious black-clothed man. He also didn't know that the interceptor was so powerful. Fortunately, he had used the 3-in-1 martial arts realm, and his potential had been stimulated. His great immemorial force had broken through to the 4th level, and his strength had increased. He had also mastered the killing move of the Skylight sword art, Skylight cleaving clouds, and reached the initial level. Even so, it was still difficult for him to fight against the mysterious interceptor. He had only turned the tables slightly, but he had still suffered internal injuries from the collision with the opponent's sword. At the last moment, he had used all his strength to perform the extreme flash thunder sword art, but he had also been hit. Fortunately, the sword had also stabbed the opponent. He had fallen off the cliff and into the torrent. He had fainted and should have been rescued by someone now. Who wants to kill me? If there is a grudge, it can only be the Bai family. Is this person from the Bai family? No matter how he thought about it, the only one who had a life and death grudge with him was the Bai clan of ultimate martial main city. However, the Bai family was far away in the ultimate martial main city. Moreover, he had been living peacefully in the True Sword Academy for more than a year. Now that he had left, he was immediately attacked. This meant that his whereabouts were being monitored by someone. Thinking of this, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. He had actually waited patiently for more than a year before making his move. No matter who it was, this kind of person was extremely terrifying. Wearing a black mask, deliberately changing his voice, and not using his full strength in the beginning. All these signs indicate that the other party is very afraid of revealing his true identity. The Windstorm Sword Technique is a sword technique on the 5th floor of the Sword Martial Tower. Perhaps other places have it as well. However, the moment I mentioned it, the other party immediately refuted me. It's obvious that they are trying to hide it. This person must be someone from the real Sword Academy. His cultivation level is at the 3rd transformation of the Gene Training Realm, and he's trained in the Ultimate Earth Level Technique and the Ultimate Earth Level Sword Technique. There can only be one identity for him. 7 Sword Stars. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely bright. 7 Sword Stars. I've seen the Silver Sword Star fight before. This person is not him. The Demon Sword Star is most likely someone from the Black Demon sect. He shouldn't attack me. Even if he did, he wouldn't deliberately hide his identity. What's left is the Wufeng Sword Star of the Willow sect, Lu Wufeng, and the Purple Cloud Sword Star, by Yu Xiao. The last sword technique that the assassin used had an aura that could break through the clouds. This person is most likely the Purple Cloud Sword Star, by Yu Xiao. No matter how hard the other party tried to hide his identity, in the end, Chen Zong still guessed it. However, whether it was true or not, he couldn't be 100% sure. However, Chen Zong would verify it. If it was true, then Bai Yuxiao must die. Brother inside, are you awake? Suddenly, a gentle voice came from outside. It was very young. He's awake. Chen Zong came back to reality and replied. Then I'll be coming in. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 breaths later, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a person entered. It was a young man wearing a white silk robe. He was estimated to be around 20 years old. He had a handsome baby face, especially his fair and rosy skin. It was very tender, but the protruding Adam's apple told Chen Zong that this was a man. Hello, brother. I'm Murong Xiaobai. The baby face smiled, showing 2 dimples. I'm Chen Zong. Thank you for saving me. Chen Zong saluted with his fists. It's nothing. Murong Xiaobai smiled and took out a stack of wrinkled purple banknotes. Brother Chen, take a look and see if there's anything missing. Chen Zong took the banknotes and looked at Murong Xiaobai in surprise. May I ask if Brother Murong saw anything else? Some pills and a piece of metal about this big. When we found you, Chen Zong's clothes were torn. You only had these banknotes with you. They were soaked in water. Murong Xiaobai's tone was sincere. Brother Chen, you've lost something important. Yes and no. Chen Zong shook his head gently. The piece of metal was the key to open the cave. It had blocked several fatal attacks for him. Chen Zong was used to carrying it with him. He did not expect to lose it this time. It must have fallen into the water and disappeared. Fortunately, the dragon-slaying immortal's items were brought out. Since it was lost, he did not know where to find it. He could only accept this fact. Or rather, the fate between him and the piece of metal was over. He did not know who would get it in the future. Unfortunately, the fake frost sword was very handy, but it was also lost. Brother Chen, how do you feel now? Murong Xiaobai asked. Much better, Chen Zong said. Under the leakless body, his internal injuries were healed. Only the external wound on his chest still hurt a little, but there was also a slight itch. The wound was healing quickly. After chatting for a while, Chen Zong learned more information. For example, Murong Xiaobai was a member of the Murong family in the Zhenwu main city. It seemed that her status was not low. For example, the current convoy was returning to the Zhenwu main city with a batch of goods. They would arrive in the Zhenwu main city in about 3 days. The next day, Chen Zong removed the bandage on his chest. The wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen had healed. However, there was a palm-sized wound left. It was thin at the top and thick in the middle. It was a sword wound. This sword wound was left by the last sword of the mysterious assassin that day. However, thinking about it, his flashing thunder-killing sword should have injured the assassin quite badly. However, there was one thing that made Chen Zong feel troubled. His purpose of going to the Zhenwu main city was to fulfill the last wish of the dragon-slaying Venerable Su Jingji. The prerequisite for fulfilling his last wish was to find the Su family first. However, according to his conversation with Murong Xiaobai, the Su family was no longer in the Zhenwu main city. They had moved away 6 years ago. As for where they had moved to, Murong Xiaobai did not know. It was very difficult for the various forces to take root in the 5 main cities of the eastern continent. At least one real martial realm expert was needed to hold the fort. Otherwise, entering the city would be no different from sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. For now, he could only enter the Zhenwu main city first and inquire about the news. Murong Xiaobai also said that she would help to inquire about the news. Another 2 days passed and they finally arrived at the Zhenwu main city. Chen Zong looked at the city wall in front of him and was stunned. He was shocked. There were 5 main cities in the eastern continent. The Zhenwu main city, the Zunwu main city, the Zhongwu main city, the Wangwu main city, and the Jiwu main city. Chen Zong had seen and entered the Jiwu main city before. He felt that the 5 main cities should be similar, but now he realized that he was wrong. He was not sure how the Zunwu main city, the Zhongwu main city, and the Wangwu main city were like. After all, he had not seen them with his own eyes. However, the Zhenwu main city was much better than the Jiwu main city. The city wall alone was at least 5 meters higher than the Jiwu main city. The 5-meter difference made the Zhenwu main city look like a huge monster. Among the 5 main cities of the eastern continent, the Zhenwu main city is the largest. Murong Xiaobai smiled and said, "The headquarters of the Zhenwu Alliance is here." Back then, the Zhenwu main city was also the first main city to be established. It was the city with the most real martial realm experts. It was also the city with the most martial artists. It was the most prosperous city. Although the Zhenwu main city was called the Zhenwu main city, there were people who suggested changing it to 4 main cities. They wanted the Zhenwu main city to be independent and become a city that stood above the other cities. They wanted to name it Megacity. However, it was said that this proposal did not pass. But no matter what, just from this proposal alone, one could see the difference between the true martial main city and the other 4 main cities. The huge city gate was made of red copper. It was 10 meters tall and 8 meters wide. It looked extremely heavy. The rivets on it protruded. They were the size of a fist and exuded an inexplicable power. The red copper gate was wide open. There were guards standing on both sides. There were 5 people on each side. Each of them had a cold and stern expression. They gave off a sharp feeling that they had been through hundreds of battles. Chen Zong's sharp senses could sense a trace of aura fluctuations that only martial artists in the Qi refining realm could have from them. There were 10 of them. All of them were martial artists in the Qi refining realm. Furthermore, they were not even in the first transition of the Qi refining realm. Only the Zhenwu main city could afford to use martial artists of this level as city gate guards. The Murong family was considered quite powerful in the Zhenwu main city. Naturally, their convoy could pass through unimpeded. Brother Chen, are you really not going to return to the family with me? Murong Xiaobai asked. She sincerely invited Chen Zong to be a guest in the Murong family. However, Chen Zong refused. Big families had their own rules. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any unnecessary trouble. His purpose of coming here was to fulfill the wishes of the dragon-slaying sage. He did not want to create more trouble. It was best to avoid it. As for the favor of being saved by Murong Xiaobai, it was not something that could be done verbally. One day, he would repay it. Since Brother Chen insists, why don't you stay in the Long Wind restaurant? It will be convenient for me to look for Brother Chen, Murong Xiaobai suggested. All right. Chen Zong did not refuse this time. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.